is the tunnel rat alert. Sensation will be broadcast at 6:40 and 6:40 west of the Rockies.
Y2K. How can we prepare?
Stop a few of their radios, and throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. Must survive. Must survive. 5 years. Air filtration, water filtration.
Hey, guys, how are you? We are back for another edition of Workshop Radio. It was such a Hey, guys, how are you? We are to do it once again. So, my co-host is the wonderful Nicole Sauce. How are you?
Howdy, everybody. What's up?
Hey, this is going to be fun. So, we are completely riding blind. Well, not completely, but this is
I can see. I got my glasses on.
Well, you're doing, but I thought it was the glare off my forehead, but you're doing So we are going to try, this is where we are going to do live segments in between. We're going to do the old-fashioned talk radio. We have 11 segments. I want to ask you, Nicole, who you're most looking forward to, but that's like saying what's your favorite dog or your favorite kid, right?
Yeah, that's not kind at all.
No. So what
there's one on there. I don't know who they are, though. So they are who I'm looking forward to because there's a new one.
Is it Jester?
It's Jester.
Yes, I love Jester. Jester's been, I met Jester at Prepper Camp. I won't spoil it, but he's a great content creator. He's been on my show once. So that's a great segue into how this thing came about. So what I wanted to share with everyone. Hey, look, there he is. We're talking about him and he thus appears. Hello, Jester. So make sure you guys follow the It's Doomsday podcast. First off, everybody's links are in the description today. This is going to be a big event. And for me, when I first launched my content creation 3 Februaries ago on your show, Nicole, 2 things I did. Well, really, the first thing was I wanted to create a community. I started creating content for the community who wasn't there because of your advice. And as I started coming along, I realized we have all of these slightly connected or completely disconnected communities from one another, like the LFTN community, the TSP. I call it the greater TSP community, right? Yeah. And then there's like PrepperNet and Prepper Broadcasting Network. And then there's all these kind of like from the Cold War Preppers. So
the Midwest Prepper Network.
Oh, yeah, right. So we want to bring them all together.
Yes. And
of all things, Pappy Cannoli is a great example of that. He is the gentleman who introduced me to James at the Prepper Broadcast Network and kind of got all this together. So all that to say, this is kind of the culmination of bringing together a whole bunch of disparate communities that we're going to have a hell of a time with. So how things been with you, Nicole?
It's been a weekend.
Has it? Good or bad?
Am I supposed to give you the true answer or the show answer?
Yeah, well, we got live radio, so yeah.
I've had a crap weekend, everybody, but I've seen a lot of really cool people. But I don't want to go into it. But there's been a lot going on in the background for a few weeks, and it came to a head on Friday. And then I'm just working through it one step at a time, like I always do. It's
all we can do, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's, that's the truthful answer, I guess.
And that's what we want. That's the fun. That's the strange thing about being in content creation is the old wheel keeps spinning and it has to get out. But at the same time, we want to share, but maybe, you know how it is. Right?
I'm really thankful for my support network because I have a really good support network. Good things did happen this weekend. And like tonight, I am not cooking dinner for the household.
What are you having for dinner?
I'm having sausage and sauteed vegetables in a bake, which is one of the specialties that Tactical Redneck makes. And he was like, "Do you want me to cook tonight?" And I was like, "Yes, I do."
Yes, I love it. Tactical is a good man. I love that man. He is just special.
Yeah.
What a good dude. So we have coming up this is great. So we decided we're going to open it with somebody that most people should probably know who it is. The reason you and I are both here, honestly, a good portion of, would be Jack Spirko from the Survival Podcast. He was nice enough to grace us with a clip that you were able to put together for me, Nicole. And let's start out today with our first clip. It's 18 minutes long. We'll be back in 18 minutes to say hello, have a little chat, and let's see how this first one goes, guys. So here it is.
There's a better way to do this. Let me show you a better way. You don't have to be another face in the crowd.
And we are live as I watch global warming bouncing off my window in the form of ice pellets today. And it might seem a little distracted just for the next few moments, guys, as I wait for my wife to get home. We had to go out and drive in this crap. We had the grandkids here, and this stuff just started. I'm keeping an eye on her with glimpses and what have you. But she's almost home, so everything's looking like that'll be good. Of course, when somebody's out driving in this crap, you worry about them. But I don't think it's really sticking to the road yet, so it doesn't matter. What are we going to talk about today? Not really the weather, though I do mention it sometimes because I consider my audience to be my friends. And friends talk about the weather. We're going to actually do something new today. Hey, I was going to say, I got this cool little bottle of Johnny Walker Blue that Nick Ferguson gave me at the last workshop. And I don't know how toxic the label on this is. But since I'm not going to eat the label, I don't need to know. So much for my prop. That cost me a prop. Anyway, I also wanted to read this to you guys. So I just know that their plan is for it actually – like, here's why I covered this. I think there's a lot of people, when you tell them that they want you to eat the bugs, they think it's a joke. They don't realize the sophistication of the plan. The plan isn't to sell you on eating bugs. It's to sell government on approving bugs for you to eat. And how do you do that? How do you convince Congress to vote to approve bug juice in your food? You do what? You pay them. That's all you do, right? Like if you're not quite up to speed on that yet, that's what you do. You just pay them, and then they approve whatever you want. It's that simple. It's called lobbying. So I just wanted you guys to know that. I'm trying to find this article or this email right now. This comes from, let's see, do we have a name? Yeah, Greg. Greg says, this will be a long message, but it's also long overdue. 3 years ago this summer, you did 13 Stomp series that helped change my life, not to mention that of my whole family. A bit of background, I first learned about your podcast after listening to Amy Dingman's podcast. That was at least 4 years ago, and I believe you had just celebrated your 2,500th episode. I was hooked, and even my wife became hooked. We listened to every episode you see in short order. My wife and I were the product of a very effective compliance training, public schools and mainstream upbringing, the real problem. Now, I'm going to skip ahead, but he says my 13 stomps he took very seriously, and this is what he decided, because in those 13 stops, I teach you to define what you don't want and what you do want. And that is the only way that you can clearly set goals and articulate a desire to get rid of what you don't want and to get what you do. I'm only read a few of these. I don't want to sit in an office all day. I don't want to answer to a boss. I don't want my wife to have to work. I don't want to rely on low-quality, overpriced, store-bought food. So that's a few of the things. What he does want, a close relationship with his kids, financial independence, to be more intentional and self-sustainable, to build a business and work alongside my family, to build community, to have an abundant life, not a busy life, to teach kids a different way of living, to have freedom to vacation whenever I want, to continue off the beaten path, to hear God's voice, to walk out the door of my job and never look back. Same for my wife. And he has an update that I will put out. I'll have to read more into that, make sure he didn't say not to put that out. But he's got a post, so I'm pretty sure he's okay with it. I just want to talk a little bit about the impact of that series and the genesis of it. So I was leaving on vacation with my wife. We were going to Florida that year, I believe. And it was going to be a long trip, 13 episodes for me not to do a new episode. For those that have been around a while, there's not a lot that go that far. And I thought to myself, I can't really leave and just leave it to rewinds with, hey, this was an episode from so-and-so, and here's a couple new ideas on it, and boom, and go into it, and just totally not put out anything new. And so I sat down and said, well, it's going to be 13 because it's 13 episodes. So it wasn't like I built my whole life on these 13 things, right? So I just sat down and I said, 13 what? And what I realized is how many people out there had dreams and hopes and goals and ambitions to do something for themselves and their family. And a lot of it stemmed from what we talk about on the air, but it wasn't like I said do this, so then this person wants this, and I said do that, and then they want, like, we do so much variety, but people are like, I want this thing, and this thing. And I'm like, Jack, the big blessing that you have because of the success of the show is you have the life you want. You don't have everything under the sun you could conceive of as far as material things, but you live a life that's pretty envious. You get up every morning, you walk around your property, you hang out with your dogs and your birds, you get to be with your wife all the time, you get to see your grandkids every day. What are the things in your life that you did that led up to this that got you what you wanted? And I wrote down the 13 things that I thought had the biggest impact on me getting there. And I'm like, so what do I call them? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to be Nice Jack for these new intros. There's a lot of Nice Jack in the rewinds at the company. I'm like, I'm going to get in your ass, man. So I was like 13 kicks in the ass, or something like that. And what I decided as I was getting these all ready to go, stomps. There's so little of the kind of, and I mean this in a sincere way, the harshness that is needed in our society. Men have abdicated their responsibility to be freaking men. And so most people in our country and in the Western world as a whole grow up without sufficient strong male role models. And I'm including people that grow up with a strong male role model. A is not necessarily sufficient. And what I mean is, like, the ideal strong role model of a male in your mind is probably a dad who cares, who's caring, who's loving, but also will tell you what you need to hear when you don't want to hear it. And that will not only tell you how to act, but will demonstrate how to act. So if you have a guy that never works and tells you hard work pays off, you're like, yeah, dad, whatever. But even if you get a perfect father figure as an actual father, you're fortunate to have that. Your dad is around. He's there. The marriage lasted at least the time you were a kid. He was at your football games and shit, did all the right things. No matter how good a relationship a child has with his parents, every child feels at times, my dad is full of shit. My mom is full of shit. The eye rolls, all of it. And there's more of it than you will ever know as a parent. All you have to do to realize I'm telling you the truth is think back to when you were a kid, and now you can think back, boy, they were right, and what your attitude was. But when you look around you in society, and men tend to act like men, and women tend to act like women, and they lead by action, word, and deed, then you start to model your behavior on what you see around you. And when you see people do those things successfully, you do that. And as I was putting this together, it occurred to me how many times over the years that I've had people come meet me and tell me, you were one of the first strong role male models of my life. Or some people said, you're really the only, I never had one. And I'm like, well, then that's what this is going to be. And so Stomps is where that came from. Now, Lisa's saying 13 skills. I remember that. 13 skills was a project we did. It didn't completely take off, but it was developing skill sets. This is not related to that. The 13 stomps were things like defining what you want, define what you don't want. And I really need to pull those out of those old episodes and piece them all together in one run and run that. Give me a day off of podcasting, I think. And I think that I am amazed to this day how often I get an email like this, that this had this kind of impact on people. So if you've never heard it, it will probably be coming around soon again. Next up, I had a question from John in Moore Park, who I always hear from all the time. And he said, what recipe would you recommend to highlight ground venison? My local grocery store now carries ground venison. I made chili with it, but all the chili spices, there was no unique flavor from the meat. Searching online, I stumbled across this website, honestfood.net, wild game venison recipes, burger, meatball recipes, maybe burgers, John and Moore Park. All right, so let's talk about a couple of different things here. First of all, you're looking for the venison to not taste like, well, just ground meat. You're looking for an added flavor and you're looking for something that makes you say, well, this isn't just ground beef. This is deer. This is venison. And you're consuming farmed venison, and there's nothing wrong with that. But farmed venison is probably at least somewhat grain-fed. It is not wild venison. It is the same animal, but it's not living in the wild. It's not going through the different seasons, living on different things because it has to. It's being provided for. It's being harvested in the same way that a beef cow is being harvested. And the timing of the harvest is, I'm going to guarantee you, is not going to coincide with the rut when most hunting harvest happens. So there is a certain amount of pheromones kind of kicking around in the animal's, body during the rut, more so with bucks. And a lot of what people call gamey, which is generally a flavor that people tend to say they don't like, is due to mishandled meat, specifically buck during the rut, okay? And dealing with things like the hawk glands on the back legs. If you cut hawk glands off the back legs of the deer and you get gooey pheromone gunk all over it, and then you use that knife on other parts of the deer, you are doing it wrong. So you're not going to have a lot of gaminess, even though I tell you all the time, gamey's not a flavor. There's no flavor that is gamey. And the reason gamey's not a flavor is twofold. One, show me where the gamey taste buds are on your tongue. Salty is a flavor. Sour is a flavor. Sweet is a flavor. We have taste buds that sense these. That's a flavor. Okay, that's a flavor. If you ask 10 people and you put if you took something that one person called gamey and fed it to 20 people, you'd have 20 different opinions about what is and what isn't gamey, because it's not a flavor. It's a catch-all for anything that's different. But it sounds like what John's looking for is a little bit of what some people call gamey flavor. And see, that's the thing. Some people say gamey in a positive way, some in a negative, etc. I'll leave it go, because somebody's going to say, you don't know, man. You should try eating a deer that lives on sagebrush. And I said, you should try to learn how to process a deer properly and handle meat properly. But anyway, when you're dealing with a farmed product, you're not going to get the flavor characteristics and uniqueness of an animal that lived in the wild. And a deer that lives in a white oak based savanna system that gets lots of browse and grays and white oak mast is going to have a different flavor than a deer that lives in the South Texas and is living mostly on like live oak acorn that's a little bit more bitter. Like there is a terroir to an animal. So you're not going to get any of that in either direction. So farm venison alone, you're already probably not going to get much difference. It's going to taste like beef, which is what most people want. The other thing is you're probably not eating deer. You're probably eating European red stag. That is the most common farmed venison, because, again, they call a thing, and then they put it on the market. So nothing wrong with that, but we're already starting off from a square of you're probably not going to be like, oh, that's deer meat versus beef. It's going to be a very neutral flavored red meat, right? That's what it's going to be. Now, that doesn't mean you can't make it delicious. And venison shouldn't really deeply stand apart from beef to begin with, other than it's leaner. If it does, you've either handled it wrong or there's something very strong that animal is consuming. You're tasting that in their body. Like, again, the sagebrush thing is not exactly wrong. It's just that's not gamey. That's sage flavor, like intense sage flavor. An animal that's keyed up in the rut, which got all the testosterone and all the pheromones going, and then is mishandled on top of it, you're going to get more of that in the meat. All right. My favorite thing that I've ever made with venison, though, was a white-tailed deer I shot one year. I rhymed. I didn't plan on that. A white-tailed deer I shot one year, and the very next day I shot a pig. And I ended up, when I had all my trimmings for ground, where I had about 65% venison to about 35% pork. I usually go 20% pork, but that's what I had, so that's what I did. And that mix, and this was, again, it's a wild pig. Oh, this was also a boar. It was supposed to have boar taint, blah, 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 blah. wild as shit too. This was not like somebody's 4-H project that they let go. This is a wild pig on a place where they kill every pig they see as soon as they see it. And he was pretty gnarly looking, covered in mud, weighed a little over 200 pounds live weight. And I put those two things together, and they made a fantastic blend. So a pork venison blend, to me, for ground is the way to go. Or you want very fatty beef, like if you buy your own primals and you trim the fat off of your beef and you add about 10% of pure fat by weight to your venison, you're going to end up with a much more juicy product with more flavor to it. Because that's the other thing. Like when you buy this farm venison, they're selling to people that want lean. There's actually a lot of fat on deer if you hunt deer in the right place and you don't try to remove it all, but they do. So you probably want to add some fat. Now, the recipe I made with that, my wife's not a big deer eater, doesn't like to eat anything I kill out in the woods or whatever, but my wife killed these things every time I made them. To about 2 pounds of a good venison pork mix, add about a heaping tablespoon of gochujang, which is a fermented Korean chili paste, and mix that up, just some salt and pepper to go with it, bit of soy sauce, probably a tablespoon of soy. And then if you feel that you need any kind of a binder and you want to stay keto, you can use some pork rind, ground pork rinds for this. I didn't use anything for this. Pork is a soft enough thing when you incorporate it into a meatball. You don't really need a binder or anything, because if you do pure red meat, beef, lamb, venison, pure red meat meatballs, what tends to happen is it gets really dense. Even if it's not bad when you make it, if you make extras and are left over, they're kind of dense. So if you did do your venison with pure beef fat, I would probably use something like a pork rind panko, or if you do a breadcrumb to lighten things so they don't get as dense. Pork will prevent that from happening. Those were the most, and I just baked them in the oven and then finished them by giving them a little bit of char, so they had some char on them. Every person that ever ate those lost their mind over it, but you're only going to get so much character from farm venison. And if you want to buy farm venison, I would be much more apt to buy something that's like a steak or something than a ground. A ground is going to be a very neutral, very lean, and again, it's probably European red deer. It's probably not what you think of, because I don't know that it's legal to farm whitetails at all in the United States. I don't know if they can be farmed as a meat product. And honestly, at their weight and size and upkeep requirements, they wouldn't make a lot of sense as livestock.
Hey guys and gals, it's Ken from the Constructive.
Still getting the hang of this live.
Guess what's next?
Yes. I'm trying to get this picture off here. Everybody can hear us anyway, so we got
That's
the audio
okay.
up. There we go.
Okay,
All right.
I gotta show you. Look at this apron.
Hey, so you're getting shit done then in between, are you?
Yeah, totally. I am reorganizing my entire bedroom and changing my studio up today.
Nice.
I'm like, this is the perfect time to do that because I can listen to all the segments and do things in between on mute. And that's what y'all should be doing, man. Like if you've got a project you want to work on and you work well listening and doing something with your hands, get going. That's what this is about.
Absolutely. What did I say? We call it Workshop Radio the soundtrack to getting shit done.
Yeah. Your 24-hour stream, I listened to a ton of that because I was remodeling a bathroom that whole time.
And it was fun. I said all along, I was like, you know what? I'd love for it to be that thing that people put on in the back. Well, again, let me back up. I grew up listening to talk radio, love talk radio. It was always on, if I went to my grandfather's alternator shop, they had that little AM radio up on the, the shelf and it was playing. I go over to my buddy Danny's. His father had a little shop that was barely big enough to stand in. He had a little radio. Always, it was the soundtrack of life, like baseball in the summertime, except this is the soundtrack to getting shit done, right? So that's what I wanted. This kind of picture that little AM radio sitting on your shelf on the workbench while you build the life you want to live. So what are you doing today, Nicole? What is it you're getting done?
I am completely reorganized. So my studio is also my bedroom.
Okay.
And the reason is I have a 2-bedroom home, 1,200 square feet, and I work from home. And you would think bedroom and office, right?
Yes.
No, Mama Sauce comes and stays 6 weeks at a time, and then she's in my office. So I made the studio in this like tiny corner of my bedroom, and I realized the other day if I just move the bed, I can bring my music studio in here too. I'll have a whole bunch more room to operate. And so in order to do that, because I store canned goods under my bed and all sorts of other stuff, I had to pull everything out.
Oh.
Which is then like, well, I might as well sort this stuff, right? And then I thought, well, I'll do a deep clean while I'm doing it. And then I'm bringing my music studio in here. And so the studio is going to completely change so that I'm more empowered to get more things done. Because right now I feel a little cramped in this corner.
I understand.
So psychologically, I'd like run out to the table to work and things.
Sure.
And so now I'm just making it a better workspace.
Well, you remember way back when you had me first on your show and I launched, do you remember these green walls right here?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's when I first started. I was some guy mumbling to himself, to a little iPhone, blah, blah. These green walls are still here. It just looks prettier with a curtain in front of it. But what you can't see is right over there. The closets have been torn out. The ceiling is gone because this is going to become a more permanent studio space. I'm going to insulate the floor so you can't hear the small circus of chihuahuas as much when I'm live streaming.
Yeah.
And, so so Jester comes on and he said, bedroom plus studio makes for some.
Gotta make sure record's off, man.
That is true. Yes. Have you ever gone to the bathroom and forgot to turn mute off, Nicole?
Yeah, I have a policy about not bringing this in the bathroom with me.
Good call.
For that reason, because one time it pocket dialed while I was peeing at an airport. Somebody left a message of and in the airport it's like flash, 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 like all of the flushes.
Isn't that special?
That person never said anything to me about it, but I know it happened and he knows it happened.
I would appreciate. Whatever. It's like when you meet somebody and they got a booger on their face, should I say? There was a local lady here that works at a store. For the first 2 years that I went in, I thought she always had a booger in her nose, but it turned out it was some sort of weird piercing. So I never said anything. Let's put it that way. So
let's ask the audience. Say yes or no in the audience. If you see a booger on somebody's face and you don't know them and you're meeting them for the first time, should you tell them they have a booger on their face?
Now, I'm gonna say yes. But maybe I would, if I met you for the first time and I had just sneezed and it was all down, I would want you to tell me because, but that's just me. So
I can tell you, I would tell somebody unless there was some reason it was super, if there was 9,000 people around, I would bring them off.
Yes.
Not in front of people, but if somebody has something between their teeth or a booger hanging out of their nose, I will tell them, or XYZ. If that happens, I'll be like, you might want to zip your pants up because you're about to go up on stage and that will be at eye level, man.
Something's hanging out,
Yeah. Bad idea.
Grey Wolf Tactical says politely yes. Pappy yes. Martinson says tell them. Always love Martinson's straight to the point Canadian no nonsense attitude. So
yeah, Canadians are so straight to the point and never apologize.
Never. No, sorry about that. Yeah. So what do you got coming up, Nicole? I wanted to ask you. I'm not going to get to this one, but you've got an event coming up soon, don't you? What is it?
We have a badass event. It's called the Self-Reliance Festival, and I know a lot of the people listening have heard of it. It's in Camden, Tennessee, March 25th and 26th, and every one of them, I'm like, this is the best one ever. So this is the best one ever.
It really is.
We've got Paul Wheaton, we've got Joel Riles, we've got Tag from Life Done Free, we've got who else? I'm going to speak. Of course, you're there for me. Mike Shelby from Forward Observer.
Did you say
Bear
CJ?
Independent, huh?
Is CJ there?
CJ from Dangerous History Podcast. And the top, what happens is, so people think that I plan these themes for these events, right?
Right.
What happened is I asked for applications, and the themes that have come out are better situational awareness around you, as well as how to defend yourself against the 3 most likely attacks, as well as how to improve home security. So there's been a security just thing that's happened. We always have the emergency medical, and then off-grid living really came through. So we have, of course, growing food, preserving food, preparedness that's reasonable and not panicky. all of those things that we usually have, and then demos of skills like blacksmithing and other things that people are just really interested in learning about. But Tag from Life Done Free is going to talk about his off-grid journey. Sean is going to talk about I have off-grid communications, and I just had somebody come in, another off-gridder. I don't remember it, like literally. No, it's not off-grid community. So we're getting Brad from Bradley Bleasdale, who does the Sequatchie Training Center in Middle Tennessee.
Yes.
He's coming in and talking about how to build real community. He started the Freedom Cell in Cookeville. He sparked forward momentum in the Freedom Cell in Chattanooga. And what he does is he goes and gets people excited, gets it going on a regular basis, and then he backs off. And then he goes and starts another one, and then he'll connect them. So he is a master connector.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to go right into our next live segment. No, it's not live. It's memory.
Our next pre-recorded live segment.
Yes, our next pre-recorded live segment with our buddy Ken Esch. So hang in there. We'll be back in about 15 minutes and 16 seconds to be specific.
Hey guys and gals, it's Ken from the Constructive Liberty Podcast and Empowering Forward Momentum Coaching. I want to share 5 things with you that are at the core of everything that I talk about, and kind of what I've identified is 5 keys to a life of impact. Now, I'm no pro in any of these, but these are rather things that I've identified through observation and through some little bit of experience. And what I'll do is I'll give you those 5 keys, and then I'll expand on each of those just a bit. So the 5 keys that I've identified to an impactful life are purpose, mindset, relationships, health, and wealth. And kind of the way I laid those out, the way I did in that order, is because I believe that in that order, each one levels up the impact that you can have on the previous one. So if you have a purpose in life, you can impact other people. If you have a positive mindset over a negative mindset, your impact is even a little stronger. If you add to those things positive and strong relationships, then your impact is even raised a bit higher. Add to that good health and wealth, and each of those things magnifies the impact of the previous one. And when you add all 5 of those things together, the impact you can have in the world is absolutely unlimited. So I'm going to go into each of those just a bit. I'm not going to go like super in depth because I have max 15 minutes here. So I'll just go a little bit on each of those. And if you want to go deeper on those, you can always check out my podcast. That's the Constructive Liberty Podcast over at constructiveliberty.com. But let's dive right into purpose, the first of the 5 keys to an impactful life. So your life purpose is like the reasons or the goals that really drive your existence, and they give you meaning to life. When you know what your purpose is, you have something worth living for. But for so many people, finding that purpose is challenging. Like, I think that people put way too much, they make it a little too weighty. And it doesn't have to be a super difficult process to find your purpose. It's not that hard, really. And I'm going to lay that out for you just a little bit. So there's ways to explore your life purpose. And some of those things are to find what brings you joy and fulfillment, and considering how you want to make an impact in the world. It's not necessarily a one-time discovery, but your life purpose doesn't change so much throughout life, but how you express that purpose can change. For instance, 10 years ago, the way I expressed my life purpose was in helping youth find themselves and to overcome the situations that they were in, to help them fulfill their ultimate potential. Now my purpose is expressed in different ways. It's through the construction that I do. It's through the content that I produce. It's through touching the lives of those in my community and doing everything I can to make their life a little better. When we know our purpose, it helps us to set goals and make decisions that align with our values and passions. That gives us more motivation to live life. It increases our productivity and helps us to be more fulfilled in life. It's not always straightforward, but sometimes, we just need a little outside insight into the things that we're good at, into the things that we enjoy doing. So that might be like seeking advice from a friend, or going to a mentor or a coach or a pastor or somebody that you respect and admire. They can help you find those insights to help you find your purpose. It's not always limited to your career, but it encompasses everything in life. Your career is a huge part of it, though, because your career is a huge part of life. And when you can incorporate career into your purpose, life is infinitely better. When we live in alignment with our purpose, life is so much better. So having a sense of purpose brings meaning and direction to your life, increases your fulfillment and satisfaction in life. And I mentioned that I would tell you an easy way to find your purpose. Simply acknowledging the things that you're good at, the things you enjoy, the way that you like to show up in the world, your relationships, your personality, taking all of those things and using them to impact the lives of other people. That is distilled down about as far as I can to what your purpose is, or to how to find your purpose. Moving on to mindset. And if you're somebody who really struggles with your mindset, I don't have all the answers here. A lot of what I know, I know by listening to others and by studying a bit. I don't have the greatest mindset myself, but I am working on improving it. I would say if you want more mindset help, go listen to the Mindset Mentor podcast. It's got a lot of great stuff that can really help you out if you implement them. But on our journey to personal growth and our overall well-being, improving your mindset is one of the biggest things that you can do to give yourself a boost. It helps you to be able to tackle challenges and to lead that fulfilling life that we talked about in the purpose thing. So here's a few tips that can help you to improve your mindset and have a more positive outlook on life. Number one is to practice gratitude every single day. It is hard sometimes to know or to understand that we have so much to be grateful for. But if we sit down and really acknowledge how much we actually do have, how good we do have it in life, it really shifts your mindset, gives you more appreciation and contentment in life. So practice gratitude daily. Number two is to set realistic and achievable goals. If you're in a negative mindset, you feel like you're incapable of doing things, like nothing's going to work out. I can't do anything right. But if you set small, realistic, achievable goals that you can knock out quickly, gives you a sense of satisfaction, a sense of achievement, and that can improve your mindset. Number three is to surround yourself with positive people. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So really look deeply into who you're spending your time with, because negative people will give you a negative mindset. Positive people will help give you a positive mindset. Number 4, you need to limit your exposure to news and social media. I say eliminate the news entirely. If you need to hear about it, you will hear about it from somebody. But those things tend towards the negative. So limit the exposure to news and social media. Number 5 is to challenge negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought, don't say, oh, no, that's not true. Or don't try to change it to positive thinking like a lot of people do. Like, no, I am beautiful. I am right. I am just. I am true. Don't do that. Like, be realistic with it. If you have a negative thought, capture that thought. Pull it out of your head. Like, rip it out of your brain and hold it in your fist so it can't go back into your head and affect you. But study it. Figure out where that thought came from and what's true about it. Change that negative thought into a constructive thought. Not, I'm a failure, but rather I failed at this one thing that I was trying to do. And here's the lesson I learned in that. And here's what I need to change next time to make so that I am successful at that thing. You are not your actions. You're not the failure that you think you are with those negative thoughts. So capture those thoughts, change them into something constructive. And then the last one is to keep a growth mindset. So always embrace those challenges and failures as opportunities for growth and learning. Failures aren't setbacks. It's just an opportunity to learn and grow. So focus on what you can learn from the experience and how you can use that knowledge to improve in the future. And the third key is the relationships. I'm just going to go through a few bullet points here. Relationships are a foundation of social and emotional well-being. Okay. So no matter if it's your romantic relationships, if it's, the relationships with your best friends, with your social group, with the guys that you go out shooting pool and drinking with on the weekends, or with your coworkers, your boss, the people at church, or everything you do in life is based on relationships. It's the foundation of everything in life. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Clear and open communication is essential in every relationship. If you have a friendship, I say a friendship, or we'll just go with a relationship with somebody who isn't open and honest and clear with you, you can't trust them. And trust is the foundation of a strong relationship. Another aspect of strong relationships is compromise. No two people, I don't care how alike they are going to like all of the same things. They're not going to want everything the same way. So compromise is necessary. Okay. Shared goals and interests provide a strong foundation for a relationship. So with my best friend and I, we both love watching football. We both love snowboarding. We both love wakeboarding. We both like fishing. There's so many things that we enjoy doing, and it gives us the natural environment to become better friends, to talk more, to spend more time together, to do all of the things. So all of the shared goals and interests give us that foundation for deepening the relationship. Respect is also key in any relationship. Maintaining a positive attitude and focusing on the positives of the relationship can also help strengthen those relationships. So if I focus with my wife, if I focus on all the negative things, and there's not many of them, but every person has negative things about them. If she focuses on all my negative things, and there's plenty of those, then she's not going to stick around because she's just going to see how terrible of a person I am. But if she focuses on the things that she loves about me, that relationship can go stronger. Relationships also take lots of effort and compromise from both partners. It is work. If you don't put the work into it, it's going to fall apart. If you ever drive around the country, I live in Kentucky, so I see lots of old tobacco barns, and a lot of them are leaning to the side. And then the next year they lean a little more to the side. And then the next year a strong wind comes along and blows them over. Relationships are the same way. If they're neglected, they're going to fall apart. They're going to fall down. So it takes effort. It takes a lot of work. Strong relationships, again, are built on clear communication, trust, compromise, common goals, interests, respect, and a positive attitude. Next, we have your health. And there's so many different aspects to health, from your physical health, your mental health, social health, spiritual health, so many different things that have to do with health. I'm going to focus on the physical here. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, adequate sleep, not doing negative things to your body like smoking tobacco and drinking lots of alcohol and all of those things. Those things really contribute a lot to your ability to do the things you want to do in life. And they also affect things like your mental health. They affect every aspect of your life. If you eat terrible food, you feel terrible, your mindset is worse, you don't get good enough sleep. So you need to focus on those things, that exercise, that good diet, getting enough sleep. All of those things contribute to living and creating the life that you want to live. So figure out what works for you and then follow that, whether it's the Atkins diet, whether it's a high high carb diet, whether it's a low carb diet, whatever it is, find what works best for yourself, for your own body, that makes you feel the best, and then go from there. And then last of all is your wealth. And this is something that I have observed. I don't know what wealth is yet for me because I have not achieved it. So here are some of the things that I've identified that work the best for the vast majority of people. But then for those other few people that want to do the extra work and move forward faster and go farther, you can find a different track. But here's the things that work the best for the most amount of people. Create a budget, track your expenses, and then find areas where you can save money. So maybe set up an automatic transfer to go into a savings account. Pay off all of your debts using Dave Ramsey's snowball method if that's what works for you. If you're an employee, take advantage of your employer-sponsored retirement plans, get all the tax benefits and the pre-tax investments and all of those things, and continuously educate yourself about personal finance and investing, okay? For most people, building wealth takes time and it grows slowly. So you got to be patient and stick with the plan that you create for yourself. That's what works the best for most people. Not everybody. I recognize that. So if that doesn't work for you, then find what does, but be smart with your money. That's all I've got for today. I hope those 5 keys that I shared with you help you out. I hope they inspire you, motivate you to move forward, creating a life that you love. Do good work.
Thanks, Brother Ken. I tell you, I finally got to meet Ken in person at I met him first at Living Free in Tennessee at Nicole's Spring Workshop. You've had him on your property a couple of times, haven't you, Nicole? Oh, you're muted. There we go.
I can
Nicole,
talk a lot without you hearing me. It's maybe better that way.
Absolutely. How are Yeah, so
he built Taj Mahal,
which then I completely plagiarized and made my own version north of the border.
Can't wait for your event.
I'm quite excited. Yeah, we're the Workshop. That's what we're calling it, because I tried to call it a bunch of other names, and I'm like, Self-Reliance North. I don't know. A bunch of different names, and it finally stuck. The Workshop, which is going to be the first long weekend in August up here. Tickets are going to be $200. They're going on sale pretty soon. We've got some pretty cool speakers. I'm working on some more in the background. I'll have more to let you know as we go along. So Nicole mentioned to me that we should have a submission form for segments, because we're going to try to do this at least quarterly going forward. Maybe more often if it goes. So in the last 15 minutes, I decided to get some shit done, and I threw a form up on my website. So
sweet.
If you go to toolmantim.co/workshop radio, let's see if we can throw that in here. There you go. If you'd like to get on board for the next one, it's just a very rudimentary form. You just put in your name, your brand name, email address. Do you have a segment? Yes or no? And then I will email you a Google Drive link that you can upload it to. So the first 11 or 12 segments we get, we'll go into the next one, and then we'll start stacking for the next time.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like part of the purpose of this is we're getting exposure to people we've never heard before and hearing people we love to hear from as part of this. And when you hear somebody like Ken from the Constructive Liberty podcast or Jack from the Survival podcast, that's who's heard some so far, and you like what you hear, go out and follow them.
Absolutely. I mean,
like, give them a like on their YouTube channel. If you subscribe to everybody's YouTube channel who was on this, who has a YouTube channel, that makes a huge difference, especially when they're starting out. I was asked to be on an interview with somebody. I went and looked at their YouTube channel. They have 127 followers.
Love it.
And you know what I said?
You said yes.
I have time, so I said yes.
Good for you.
I was like, okay, we'll give them a little boost, right? It's helpful for everybody to kind of bring each other up.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, so if you're looking for a really good IT guy who's in the family, a web host guy, JS, who is very, shy and doesn't, no, I'm just kidding. He's the cat's ass when it comes to this kind of stuff. He says he knows that site. It's because he's helped design it, build it, upload it. He hosts it. So is it getahostnow.com, right? Yes.
Getahostnow.com. Joshua Sloan. He won't actually let everybody host on his system. So if you want to use hosting from him, which it's a good hosting package, especially if you're starting out, and he's I think he's too generous with his time in helping you figure out how to get things launched, but
I
that's
agree.
how he is. That's why everybody loves him. Let him know where you heard from it about him from. So you're not like some random person off the street, because part of why his hosting runs smoothly is he doesn't let noisy neighbors in. He doesn't let people who are taking all the traffic, because it's a shared hosting solution.
It's one of those, I know a guy, so here, let me, give you a boost, and that's the beauty of these shared communities is everybody knows a guy. We have a connection that we can make an introduction to, and then we kind of push things along. And once we have each other's trust, we know we can share that trust with other people. So I think that's good.
So,
go ahead. Yeah.
Is it time to go to the next one?
We got 2 minutes.
I need to ask, because after Ken's segment, I have to ask my question.
Go ahead.
And so I want you to tell me what you think your superpower is, and then what you think my superpower is.
Okay. I'm going to go with, I think, see, you had to I've had 20 minutes, 30 minutes to think about this.
I gave him a heads up.
Yes, you did. And I'm still on the spot. So I think you're so good at giving people opportunity, and maybe that I'm reflecting my own story in that, but I think one of your superpowers is giving people that tiny little kick in the butt, but giving them that platform or that first little step, like, hey, here's your first step to get going. Now keep doing it. And I mean, that's what you did with me. And you even came back after I said, I'm too scared, I'm not going to do it. And then you came back and did it again. So I think that might be one of your superpowers. That's what I see. In mine, I think it's encouraging people and bringing people together. I love to see other people succeed. And I hate to say that about myself, but no, I don't. I love to say that about myself, but that's what Jester says. My superpower is my ability to seduce people with his kind words. So how did I shoot there, Nicole?
That was good. I'm going to tell you mine too.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same thing in reverse.
Sure.
Because Ken was saying you need to get outside input when you're right.
Yes. Yeah.
Coaching. This is really helpful. So I think your superpower is inspiring other people to action.
I wasn't far off. Thank you.
Yeah. So, and I don't know. And you don't give up. Like, you tell all the stories of the stuff that got in your way and you just kept going. And I think because you don't give up and you're like, well, cheerfully, you might not be cheerful inside, but you show us cheerfully. Okay, I guess I'll try that again. And I'll never forget the wasp's nest story.
Oh, yes.
Where you were like, yeah, I'll take that wasp nest down. And then you're like, how do you take a wasp nest down? And you did all this research. And then you totally filmed it and showed people, see, I didn't know what I was doing. And I got paid to take a wasp nest down. And people are like, wait, I can do that. So I think you're very good at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What do you think your superpower is?
I think my superpower is facilitating groups.
Yes.
So
100%.
getting them to find alignment and to come out of whatever bad place they ended up in before they walked in the room to move somewhere positive together. I'm a connector.
That's yes. You have a much more concise and beautiful way of saying it than I necessarily do. So thank you.
Yeah.
Whatever, you know. So with that, we're going to jump into a lady who reached out to me a couple of months ago and said, hey, I'd love to have not just you. Actually, what I'd really like is your wife to come on the show. But if you want to tag along, you can too. And her name is Robin Holstein of the Holstein House. So next, we are going to have a segment from her. I asked her for 15 minutes. She sent me 15 minutes and 0 seconds. So here we go.
Welcome, everyone, to the Holstein House podcast. I'm the West Virginia woman, Robin, of RobinHolstein.com and Holstein House, where my guests get a great night's sleep at a fair rate plus breakfast. This is a podcast that looks at society and culture issues affecting families in West Virginia and the United States, from food preparation and storage, gardening, home repairs, current events, and more. We'll go around the table and back in 60 minutes or less. So let's hang out and talk a while. Wow, that's some crazy introduction, isn't it? Hey, I'm Robin Holstein, and this is the Holstein House podcast. Here we share hospitality, home cooking, and food preparation, along with tips to help make your life a little better. Join me in my tribe of cats, dogs, chickens, and ducks as we welcome traveling guests, enjoy some home cooking, and practice our food preservation techniques. I started with Airbnb in 2017, and I offer guests a single private room with a double bed and a delicious continental style breakfast. If you book direct through robinholstein.com, just look for the Holstein House link in the menu. You can enjoy lower rates and special promotions. If you're traveling to or through West Virginia, I hope you'll consider staying with us for that original Airbnb experience. I want to thank Toolman Tim for the opportunity to participate today. He and his wife were the first people I interviewed for my podcast, and I'm very, very grateful. So now, let's listen to the wide range of topics that we cover on the Holstein House podcast. Stan Bumgardner, local fiddle legend and West Virginia historian, is going to be one of my interviews here in a couple weeks. I've known Stan for over 20 years. I don't know him except I'm not a close personal friend, but we do know each other. I met him when I started dating Wayne back when they were playing in the Southern rock band Rockin' Horse. Stan used to work for the Division of Culture and History, and from 2015 to just last December, he was the editor of Golden Seal magazine, and now he's with West Virginia Humanities Council. I think he's the best, but if he's not the best, he's one of the best fiddle players in West Virginia. We're going to be recording that interview on the 22nd. It won't be live, but I will be uploading it afterwards. So I'm really excited. I'm going to talk to him a little bit about music, and I warned him that I like to fall into topics of politics, but I'm going to not do that with him because that's not the point to talk with him. Now, I did mention a little while ago that about we were talking about the Bitcoin. I need a wallet, and there's been a couple of suggestions on the wallet. On the Fountain app, fountain.fm, for the podcast, there's a fellow that has been following me and contributing, and actually shared the link that I just put in the chat box there for the 21 days of Bitcoin to help get me up to speed on it. And he goes by HJ, and I'll leave it at that. But he has suggested, because I had been talking about wanting to be a Satoshi millionaire. I mean, it just sounds like it's a lot. It's really not a lot. I mean, it really is as far as cash, but it just sounds so fun. But I have to have a wallet. I have to have a wallet to keep it, to get it off the internet, out of the hands of people who might steal it. And today when I checked, here's my note on that I was trying to find earlier. When I checked just before I came on live, it was at Bitcoin with a capital B was at $23,000 US if you were to take US cash and buy one. So that was, and it fluctuates throughout the day. You'd lose your mind trying to chase it. So I don't try to chase it. I check it every couple of days or so. But it's been kind of going up again. It had dropped quite a bit. I still don't have $23,000 just to check right at it, but that's where it's at. But and I have 127,149 Satoshi so far, using the Fold app and Fountain.fm, and the Fold's got a little wheel you can spin, and there's a Bitcoin magazine that if you read certain articles, you can get like five Satoshis each for reading the articles and just stuff like that. So it's kind of fun. But I do need a wallet. And HJ recommended I look at the, I don't know how you pronounce it, Moon, M-U-U-N wallet for online, and then Trezor wallet for cold storage. I think that's what they call it, but it's offline storage. The Trezor I've heard of, and you can get those on Amazon. So I'm going to look at that. There's a YouTuber that I follow. It's called the LOTS Project, LOTS Project. And the guy that runs that, his name's Brian, and he's got a ebook on crypto. I don't have it yet. I don't have that ebook yet. I'm going to be getting it, and I'm going to be reading it too, just to have another source to look at and see. He works with folks a little bit who are new to crypto and Bitcoin, and I know enough to get myself in trouble. So I'm gonna chat with him about it a little bit. On Tuesday, I asked people, what was your first vehicle when you got your driver's license? I'll ask it again. Mine was a 1971 Ford Pinto, manual shift. It was my dad's. And that's okay if it was your parents. It's fine because, that's life. And do you know how to drive a standard shift? That's always a good question. You can't get a regular passenger truck. You can't get a standard shift anymore, just on the lot. I don't even know if you can special order them. Work truck packages, I think, have them, but I don't think you can get one off the lot. And Brian over at the 2008 Nissan Altima. Oh, okay. Mine was already old by the time I got it, the 71, because I didn't start driving until 82. I think it was 82. No, it was before that. It was in 80. I started driving in 1980. And my dad had it. It was my dad's work car. And I kind of, once the day I got my license, I welcome to Fairy Day Reviews. Dad didn't have a work car anymore. He had to drive the truck again. One of the things I kind of wanted to talk about today, the price of eggs has been in the news for months now. Some of us kind of hinted that you guys need to be getting ready for this back last summer. There was conversations and news reports and the avian flu and all kinds of things going on. And we were saying, egg prices are going to go up. You better get ready. I even did a video on storing eggs in lime water. And I did a video after a year when I took those eggs out and I used them and scrambled them and how they went. So that's on YouTube. You can look that up. Yeah, so people are screaming about the price of eggs being outrageously high. And some of the numbers I'm seeing people post, I think maybe, I don't want to say doctored, but hi, Letty Lou. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get everybody's shows in without stepping on each other's toes, and I totally understand. Nicole is the queen, and you have I have no issue with you running over there at all. Egg prices here. I went over. I had to go to the box store the other day of the price at the store. Oh, here it is. You won't see it. I don't have it loaded. Well, I can lift it up here, but at the box store, a dozen large regular in the green carton eggs are $4.78 last week. And I'm seeing people post that these things are $8, $9, $10. And I'm wondering if they're talking about the high-end organic, free range. Not that 478 is not high, because it hasn't been that long ago you get that particular type of egg for $1 a dozen or so. But people are talking about it, and I had been charging $3 a dozen for mine for a long time. And I actually sat down and I did it. I shared with you guys a couple of weeks back that I sat down and did the math again, because I hadn't really done the math for a long time, and I'd had a spreadsheet put together, and it must have been on a machine that I go through machines. I just I blow them up, but it must have been on a different machine because I couldn't find it, and it hadn't synced to the cloud, so it must have been just in a not shared folder. But anyway, I went back through, I rebuilt that, I redid my math with all the feed and the calcium and scratch grains, and they're not, I don't buy the grubbies, but they're dehydrated maggots basically, and soldier flies and stuff. And added those in, calculated the serving size and the price per serving and how many per day, and added it all up. And I had to raise mine up to $4 a dozen. I'm really small. I've got 7 chickens. So it's, I'm a really, really small producer, but I do overproduce more eggs than we can eat. So, I do sell them. And, one of my best, customers, I told him, I said, I'm going to have to raise them after this next round. And he said, that's okay. And so I've got some to clean up today to take to him. So I don't have fuel costs usually with that, because he just lives around the block. I usually, when the weather's good, just walk him over there. So, he'll get a couple dozen today. So, don't forget, this is a shameless plug here. February is my birthday month. And direct book guests, for those of you who are out there, direct book guests get a little something extra. If you use a promo code BD10, and that's like birthday, BD10, direct book guests can get an additional 10% off the regular room rate. And, that's in addition to an opportunity for the Hall's chocolates and Coal River coffee, and just other things. If you book soon enough and let me know, there's a couple of specialties, breakfast things, and I keep meaning to make those and video those and show what they are. A couple of things that I do specifically that are, it's like corn mush and maple syrup, and then a blueberry breakfast porridge kind of thing, and just a couple of. I haven't done them for a while, but you have to book in advance enough that I can make sure that I've got everything I need to do that, because I don't do that for everybody. That would be a direct book guests thing. Airbnb people wouldn't get it, because Airbnb expects to get part of the money when I do that. So you can go to, if you want a direct book, or if you just want to check it out, go to robinholstein.com, ROBINHOLSTEIN.com, and look for Holstein House in the menu, and just, read through and see what else is going on. Once again, before we go, I want to thank Toolman Tim for this fabulous opportunity to share my podcast with you and to reach an entirely different audience. You can connect with Holstein House at the Holstein House podcast on just about all of the major podcast applications, but my favorite is Fountain FM. We're on all of the major social media sites. And you can also always go to robinholstein.com and look through the menu. You'll find Holstein House, and you'll find our direct book link. You'll find our Airbnb link. You'll find out about specials and reviews and just all kinds of great information. So if you're traveling to or through West Virginia using the West Virginia Turnpike along Interstates 64 and 77, look us up and consider staying with us. We'd love to have you. We're just a couple of miles off the Turnpike exit. It's an easy off, easy on. There's a Walmart close by. There's great food close by. And we just enjoy sharing our hospitality with you. So there you have it. Post your comments, do all that boosting, liking, sharing, thumbs up, and stuff that helps spread the word and poke the algorithms. Follow me on most of the big social media platforms and look for my name, Robin Holstein, or Holstein House. Till next time, bye-bye.
Okay, so I've never heard Robin before. I just knew she had a podcast.
She is seriously well
She's
spoken.
great.
I can listen to her all day long. Isn't she great?
Yeah.
Doesn't she have that
Also,
radio voice?
Here's an idea she gave me. What if we had a map? And I know if Dawn Sutton is listening to this, she's like, we do have a map. What if we had a map of places to stay like this? Because she has a shared room in her house. Yes. If I'm on Airbnb and it's a stranger, I usually won't stay in their house with them. But I have had to drive through West Virginia and stay in a crappy hotel, and I would much rather give my $50 to somebody who I'm pretty sure is not going to kill me overnight, right?
Right. Sure.
I don't know how we manage that, because I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to have the idea. out loud.
Brian
Somebody else
Brian
does
of the
it.
Lots Project needs to be in on this because he's
Oh, yeah,
trying to put together his own hip camp, freedom-minded, agorist type thing. So let's make this is what I love because we're making live connections while we go here. This is great.
Yep.
So speaking of live connections, James.
So I need to email this person.
Yes, James, the what do we call the commander? Yeah, the
Commander-in-Chief.
The commander-in-chief of
that
Purple
one.
Broadcast Network. He is awesome. And so I just told him, you need to be a guest on Preppers Live, which is the flagship show. So he's got Nat, the preparedness guy, coming on tomorrow, but March. So you guys, I can send an email to get you guys.
Yeah, just do that. We'll get it done. I'm going to do a few interviews in March. I'm trying to get the word out about Self-Reliance Festival because ticket prices go up after Tuesday. So
how much are they now?
$75. They go up to $95.
So that's a $20 increase.
Mm-hmm. It's a $20 discount right now.
Right, sorry, my bad. what I'm getting at is if you don't sit on it and you book today, you will save yourself $20, which can buy,
a Patch of the Month Club.
Yeah. Oh, the Patch of the Month Club. See, you brought it up and I meant to go get some patches. So keep talking for a second.
Yeah. So that's the thing. If you're if you know you're going to go to an event and it's got an early bird price, it's better just to get it at the early bird price. And we do that. I mean, like, I'll be fully honest. I do that so I have a better idea of head count so that the arrangements are easier to do, even though in the last week before any event, like the most tickets always sell. But that helps us understand the full scale. But you save $20 if you get the early bird price at selfreliancefestival.com right now. And the event is in Camden, Tennessee, March 25th and 26th. But then you can use it to buy his patch of the month and you support Toolman Tim, which is pretty awesome. It's like a twofer.
It is. And so this came from Jack and then it came from you that when we create content and we give people value, people want to return that value in kind, right? Because it is what it is. But I also believe in when somebody wants to support you, they get something for their money. So I came up with, these little morale patches. They're like 2x3 Velcro patches. So you get one every month. This one was designed like the old Best Buy sticker. Don't forget to turn your computer off for Y2K. This one says, been prepping since Y2K. My favorite recently is the one that just came out that says, shoot, shovel, and shut up. That's my favorite. So $10 a month, $100 a year. Go to patchofthemonth.co to sign up. That's the best way to support the content that I create. Plus, it puts you on a super secret email list that when I do release new products, you get first dibs on that. We're also working on some exclusive discounts and some other little perks. So
he's totally gonna co-brand Hollow Roast Coffee. Oh wait, no, he's not because postage is stupid.
Oh, I know. Oh, it took me, everything just flashed on my screen for a second. It scared me. Postage is awful, but we could work something out, and I think we should. I think we can figure, that would be cool, even if we did something just south of the border. And I would love that because John Willis is, he's been so good to send out my little cards and things. I love working with our fellow creators. Why not, right? It's the way to do it.
It is the way to do it. And it's funny because in the world I came from, that wasn't a thing. It was more like I'm competition, so I'm not helping you.
I don't get it. I've always said that if I introduce someone to you and they click with your content more than mine, then I've still succeeded because I've put them in the right spot and maybe they'll remember me and come back. But if not, that's okay too, Okay,
I just bought your Patch of the Month Club.
Oh,
I was like, I haven't done that.
Whatever, that's fine. I had my schedule up here. What time was the next one supposed to start, Nicole? Do you see it on your end?
Oh, I can tell you in just a second. Yeah. So the next one, because we're behind schedule already, Lots Project at 14:57, 4:10. So we're only 4 minutes. That's pretty good.
We're good. All right. Well, let's go into the
Lots Project. Let's have Brian on. Wouldn't that be fun?
Let's bring him on. So with that, guys, we're going to be behind schedule all day because it's live TV and it's our show, live radio. So let's get going.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Brian from the Lots Project, and Today I'm putting this together for another edition of Toolman Tim's Radio. After a successful New Year's Eve broadcast, Tim's doing more of these radio style broadcasts, and this time he asked me for a 15-minute segment. I don't normally do 15 minutes, so I thought it would be a great chance to promote my new podcast feed, which I'm releasing only my interview shows to. Lots to Talk About can be found on all major pod feeds and my website, thelotsproject.com. Here are some of the introductions for just a few of the guests that I've booked so far. I hope you enjoy. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Lots to Talk About. Today, my guest is Kevin Palmieri, and he's here to chat a little bit about growing a podcast or your content feed or whatever else we get into. Kevin is the CFO and founder and co-host of the Next Level University podcast and brand, I guess, as I dug into it a little bit more. It's more than a podcast, and he's been to the top and to the bottom and then back again. He recorded over 1,000 podcast episodes to go along with hundreds of presentations, speeches, and seminars. And we're going to dive in and chat about what it takes to grow that audience and be successful. And with that, I would like to welcome to the Lots Project podcast and Lots to Talk About, Kevin Palmieri. How's it going, man? How are you doing?
I am doing very well, Brian. I am excited to chat, and I appreciate you having me on, my friend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hooked up through Podmatch. I recently started using that, and man, what a great platform that is.
Makes life easy.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. I struggled for interview guests. And I was like, I went through all my network. You know, that's easy to get people in your network to come on. And then, man, you got to open up to other genres. So I'm glad I found you. But let my audience know kind of who Kevin Palmieri is. And just a little background, and then we'll kind of get into podcasting and where you're at now.
So Kevin Palmieri is somebody who loves helping other people. And I think I've always loved helping people, but I never really understood the vehicle that I was going to use to help people. I was interviewed on a podcast one time. After that, I said, imagine if you could do that for a living. I went out and I bought the equipment shortly thereafter, after I had some other life things happen. And I have been at it ever since. We started in 2017. We recorded our 1200th episode yesterday, and now we have listeners in 140 countries. We're going to cross 700,000 downloads this month, and it's our baby. We get to do this every single day, and I'm very, very blessed and very grateful, Brian.
Well, hello, everyone. My name's Brian, and welcome again to an episode of Lots to Talk About. Today, my guest live in the school of hard knocks and experienced a lot of conditions that limit people in their lives. She coupled that with hundreds of one-on-one conversations with clients she's had and determined there's been one common factor among all the limiting things in your life, and that is fear. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. And with that, I would like to welcome to the show the author of a couple books on fear, The Fearless Factor and The Fearless Factor at Work. I would like to welcome to the show Jacqueline Wells. Hello, Jacqueline. How are you today?
I'm great, Brian. Thank you so much for the conversation. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. So could you kind of give my audience a little bit of background on you? I'm not sure how many have heard of you or where you kind of come from. So who is Jacqueline Wales?
So who is Jacqueline Wales is a question I've been asking my entire life. I grew up in Scotland originally, and I was there for the first 16 years of my life, and left home at a very early age, mostly to escape the extremely violent and unhappy childhood that was my lot, literally. And so I moved to London at the age of 16 and immediately ran into all kinds of trouble, drugs, alcohol, sex, and rock and roll, the whole 9 yards. And I had my first child at the age of 20, gave her up for adoption. Then I married the first guy who said, I love you. And then we went on from there, and I had another child, and I ended up leaving the husband and the child behind when they were, he was like 3.5, and I moved from London to San Francisco. And, I've spent a lot of my life kind of hanging by the shirt tails, shall we say. And, people like to say to me, why fear? and it was simple. I learned fear. I learned how to run and hide at a very early age, mostly from my drunken father, who was quite violent when he got drunk. And so it became a theme throughout my life that fear kept me playing small, fear kept me running into trouble, fear kept me self-sabotaging. And it wasn't until I was in my 30s that I then began to understand that life had to be different.
Well, hello, everyone. My name's Brian, and welcome to another episode of Lots to Talk About. Today, we're talking minimalism, we're talking slow living, we're talking nomad living. I saw this guest pop up on my feed over on Podmatch and sent him a message immediately. All I saw was nomad minimalist, and that's all I needed to see. Sent him a message, and he fired right back and decided we were going to do this interview. So here to talk about slow living, minimalism, whatever else the conversation throws at us, I would like to welcome to Lots to Talk About, TK Rezu Murat. Did I get it right again?
Yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good.
I struggle every episode. Like I'll bring somebody on and I'm horrible with names. Like my whole life I've been horrible with names, and I'll ask them and I'll nail it perfect before the show. And as soon as the show comes on, I'm like brain melt.
No, you got it right, man. You got it right.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you for the effort. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I try. I mean, it's the least I can happen with me is get their name right. I mean, if everything else falls apart, I figure if I get the name right, at least there's that. So. But hey, tell my audience kind of who you are, just like a little brief background or an intro. I kind of preface there with obviously you're into minimalism and slow living, and we'll get to that. But who are you? Where you come from?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the show, man. I'm super happy to be here. Excited to have this chat with you and your audience. So basically, I was born in New York, in Brooklyn, New York, to be exact. But within a couple of weeks, I moved out with my parents, obviously. We moved to South Africa, where we spent like a few years, and then Mozambique, Algeria, Ethiopia, Hong Kong. I mean, we moved a lot growing up. And then when I graduated, from high school, I kept on moving on my own. So went to France, went to Argentina, Australia. I've been to quite a few countries here and there, and yeah. So hence the nomadic part of me. I don't like the word nomad now because it's attached to digital nomads, and usually Americans going to Mexico for work and for spending less. That's not what I do. I mean, that's definitely not what I do. I like, I grew up this way, so I don't know any other way.
And I would like to welcome to Lots to Talk About Yogi Aaron. How's it going, Aaron? How are we doing?
Really great. I'm in Costa Rica, and it's beautiful here. What can I say? No complaints.
Oh, man. It's tough hanging out in Costa Rica for sure.
It's really tough. Really, really tough. But somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah. So is it Yogi Aaron or is it Aaron? Is it like Dr. Aaron? Is it a formal term, or is it just as a moniker?
I'm going to go with the last thing you said. I don't know what it means, but I'm going to go with that.
All right.
You can call me Yogi Aaron, Yogi, or Aaron. You can even call me Teach. Just don't call me Guru, please.
All right. Cool. We're good with that. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Brian, and today is Thursday, February 16th, 2023, and this is another episode of Lots to Talk About. And today, my guest will be talking about several things, really, but the title would be, What Can We Learn from Plants? And what an interesting topic once I dove into her bio. And let me just talk a little bit, though, that intrigued me more. She's lived an incredible life, as far as I can tell. It seems pretty interesting to me from the outside, so I'm really excited to dig in. But beyond that, what she's got going on now even kind of intrigues me even more than the background story. From owning a circus to working in tech and now studying plant intelligence and a bunch of other stuff, it appears. I don't think it's been a boring life for her. And with that, I would like to welcome to the Lots Project podcast and Lots to Talk About with Tagrilla Gardenia. Is that the American way?
That's the American way.
Can you please? It was beautiful listening to you say your name in the other two ways. Could you do that for me again?
Of course. So my name is technically a small South American feline. So the name is actually in Spanish, and then the second name is a plant, right? So it's Tigrilla Gardenia. But I live in Italy in a place called Damanhur, one of the largest spiritual eco-communities in the world. And so they pronounce it the Italian way, which is Tigrilla Gardenia, not the ya. And then the Americans just say, Tigrilla, because it's easier.
Yeah. I was when we booked your interview, I looked at my wife and I go, I can't roll my R's. I can't roll nothing. I'm done.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's why I always say it. There's three ways. Like you can do it this way, you can say it that way, you can say it the other way. Whatever works for you.
Well, could you introduce yourself to my audience? Kind of like the elevator pitch, like who you are. We'll dig into your background, kind of go where you've been, but who are you?
So I am a nature-inspired mentor and a leadership coach, and some people tend to call me the world ambassador for plant intelligence.
Well, hello and welcome to Lots to Talk About. Today we will be talking about finding financial freedom and building the life you desire with Miles Wakeham. Miles is the host of the Unconstrained podcast. He came to the U.S. from Australia in 1989 and has never looked back. Not graduating from high school or heading to college hasn't stopped Miles from becoming a multimillionaire and living the life of his dreams. Let's talk about the keys for anyone to make that happen. With that, I would like to welcome to the show, Mr. Miles Wakeham. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, not a bad day. Running around, tons of on-air time today, so it's been a busy one for sure. Glad to have you here. I think we're going to talk about some getting to financial freedom and what that really means, and maybe some tips on how to think about starting to get there. So, if you don't mind, if you could tell my audience who Miles Wakeham is, kind of your background and where you came from.
Yep. Well, I'm originally from Australia, from a city called Adelaide. It's where I was born. I'm a child of the 60s, so I'm a bit old, but that's not ever held me back. I lived a childhood of what I call a free-range kid in Australia. We weren't wealthy, we weren't poor, we were somewhere in the middle, and I was lucky enough to have a bicycle and live by a big valley and parkland, so I spent most of my time out in the country, which is weird because when I was 5 years old, my mother stuck a violin under my chin and said, "Kid, you're going to be in the symphony orchestra when you're a teenager." And by the age of 11, I was in the South Australian Junior Symphony Orchestra. So, so I've been lucky enough to have a musical background and aptitude, but all that did was just underscored a lot of things that I saw in life. I mean, if you ever talk to artists and musicians, you know that they never see the world from a standard pragmatic standpoint, and I was no different. But for me, I had one of these weird conflicting right brain, left brain things going on. So the right side of my brain wanted all the attention about, music and warmth and essence and spirit and all that. And the left side of my brain wanted to problem solve and do mathematics and all of that good stuff. So in order to satisfy the left side of my brain when I was a teenager, I got into electronics. That turned into radio technology and eventually turned into computers before there even was such a thing as a personal computer.
As you can see, I'm booking guests with a wide variety of backgrounds and interests. You can always find all my audio content on the Lots Project podcast, but if you're interested in getting only the interviewed shows, check out Lots to Talk About. You can find us also on YouTube, or all the links to our socials can be found at thelotsproject.com. While you are there, sign up for a 30-minute chat with me. I'm looking to get to know my audience and community a little better one-on-one. Maybe we can help each other out or just enjoy a nice chat. Let's talk about crypto, camping, coffee, nomadic living, homesteading, or whatever interests you. Sign up today at thelotsproject.com. I'd also like to thank Tim and Nicole for all the work that goes into putting these things together and asking me to also participate in it. Thanks for listening.
All right, guys, that was...
Tim did all the work. Tim did all the work.
You know what? We're both here. That makes me happy. So we got shit done in between. Whatever, I just sent an email introducing Nicole to James, saying that both people should be guests on each other's respective shows. So getting shit done in between. Isn't it weird? Do you feel like you're on an instant countdown as soon as it goes? Yeah, it is.
Like I got 15 minutes. Yeah, I sent you a picture, though. I freed up a wall space for my keyboard for the music studio.
Perfect.
Tactical had to help me move my bed, though.
I'm going to ask you, Nicole, because the whole theme of this is the soundtrack to getting shit done. Yes. And you're one of the best at getting shit done. And you have a process that you've refined to infinitum to this point. What is it that you do? How does it work for you?
I use a process I built for myself because I have trouble. I either hyper focus or I can't focus at all.
Understood.
And when I get into I can't focus, I get super overwhelmed. I shut down and then I don't get anything done. And so I developed a process for myself that I named my 3 things, which are the 3 do or die items I do in a day. And I can do one, I call it 1-3 thing. Sure. It's up to 3. You don't have to have 3 every day. Sometimes like just getting your butt to work and making enough money to pay for the life that you love is the 1-3 thing. But I put it in the context of developing a life strategic plan. So I call it my 3 things. And a lot of people in my network will come on and say, these are my 3 things today. And then at the end of the day, other people in the network will say, so did you get it done? Right. Can you send us pictures? So there's accountability built in. I'm doing a free webinar February 26th. If you want to sign up, it's over at livingfreeintennessee.com. It's going to be an hour to an hour and a half. I'm going to walk you through the steps that I go through to do a life strategic plan so that you can start applying it in your own life. But even if you don't have one, just look at your to-do list every day and choose 3 things that are the most important and do those. And you're successful at the end of the day if you do them. It's super simple.
What happens if I only get 2 of them done?
Then you put the 3rd one to the next day and you add 2 things or up to 2 things.
And what happens if I get all 3 done and it's 1:00 in the afternoon?
Then you celebrate. You're like, I got my 3 things done. And that doesn't mean you don't do other things. It's just that those were the 3 that were most important. It forces you to prioritize. I love that background.
Isn't that? I forgot to put it up. I got it done again.
I want to learn how to make one of those.
$7 on Fiverr. Somebody made it for
okay.
me. Yeah, I'll send you the person who did it. So I'm going to jump us back into the next segment, get us back on schedule. So we have Brother Jester, who I met at.
Oh, finally.
Yes.
I get to hear Brother Jester.
He had the sweetest live studio. He was broadcasting right there at Prepper Camp. So without really further ado, his podcast is called It's Doomsday. I don't think it's Doomsday today, but it's coming. No. Yeah. So without further ado, let's get into Jester.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jester, host of It's Doomsday podcast. You may have seen me around on social media, and you may have even seen me at a few events in person. On It's Doomsday podcast, we cover prepping, we cover homesteading, we cover survival, we cover some politics, and sometimes the occasional conspiracy. Tim reached out to me via email and asked me if I would put together a 15-minute audio clip for you guys. And I thought, why not? This could be fun. So it's Sunday afternoon. Time is 4:56 p.m. And I'm sitting down here in the studio trying to figure out what I'm going to tell you guys. And I realized, hey, Jester, you need to stop overthinking this and just do what you do. And what do? I do prepping. So a little bit about my background for those of you that don't know. I am an expert welder with over 15 years experience in the welding industry. I'm also former law enforcement. I got out of law enforcement when I moved to the new area I live in because, frankly, welder pay paid better than law enforcement pay. I'm currently right now trying to further my knowledge within the medical field, so I am currently enrolled in the local technical college taking EMT courses. I do not plan to further this as a career. This is solely just a new doomsday prep for myself, to be able to have good medical knowledge and great life-saving information. If I never use it, at least I have the knowledge. And if shit hits the fan and I possess this knowledge, I know I'm going to be more valuable to myself and the people around me. So let me explain to everybody what got me into prepping. I grew up on a small little horse ranch in Pennsylvania, and we didn't have a lavish lifestyle. We didn't have a comfortable lifestyle. Everything in our lives was extremely inconvenient. My father was the type of person that would last minute everything to death. Air conditioners didn't go out and put in the windows until it was August, and it's been 90 degrees for 2 months. We didn't split firewood till it was below 40 degrees outside, and we never turned the furnace on. Our house was primarily ran off wood heat. We had a well and a cistern. We mainly ran off the cistern for our main water needs, always having to conserve, though. Flushing the toilets with buckets, saving bath water, all of these things. The well water was primarily used for drinking water. And though it came out of the ground, the water did have to be filtered because it had a pretty high lime content. You would see this film build up in pots when you would boil water. You would see this build up within coffee pots. You would see it build up within water filters. To the best of our knowledge, it was lime. It could have been a calcium buildup as well. Honestly, I don't know. But living up in this household and having this sort of lifestyle really made me kind of want to strike the iron while it was hot, so to speak, to be prepared for things before things got bad. This, with me being in the Boy Scouts for years and having a love for the outdoors, camping, hiking, just being outside and learning how to survive in nature, plus the law enforcement, seeing how horrible human beings could be to one another. And that coupled with my love for hunting and fishing and being a woodsman, all kind of compiled together to make me the person I am today. I have a big love for podcasting. I always have. And I never thought I would have my own show one day. I became so obsessed with podcasts, I decided one day I want to start my own. And I was like, well, what would I talk about? I have no idea what I would talk about. And then it hit me. Dude, you're a prepper. Talk about prepper-related shit. So let's get into its Doomsday Podcast a little bit. The show's over 3 years old. We typically talk about prepping topics on our uploaded shows. If you're fortunate enough to catch our live shows over on Podbean, we get into conspiracies, we get into politics, we get into current events, things like that. If anybody wants to listen to these, get the Podbean app, go to podbean.com, look up its Doomsday Podcast. You can find our live shows there. The gentleman that hosts our uploaded shows with me, you guys may know him from social media as Big Daddy Prep. His name is Al. He goes by Big Daddy Prep on almost every social media platform he's on. Him and I do our uploaded shows together once a week, and we cover different various topics surrounding the prepper community. When it comes to doing the live shows, I have a host. His name is Jake Dials. He's my co-host for the live shows. Him and I get together every Monday and do an hour-and-a-half live show over on Podbean. These shows are available for download pretty much on every platform. You can find its Doomsday Podcast on almost every platform. Podbean, Spotify, Applecast, iHeartRadio. We've literally put the show out there everywhere for you guys, so it's very easy to find. One thing that we are doing now, which is kind of a newer thing, is I have a friend who lives in the UK. He goes by Ba Ramu of the Ba Ramu podcast. Him and I are getting together once a month to kind of cover the news that's going on between the US and the UK. We know that the lines are blurred very badly when it comes to international news. So him and I figured this would be a way to kind of bring some transparency, so to speak. Being able to read between the lines with these stories that are going international are hard to do for the average person. So again, we figured if we do this, we could add a little bit of transparency. So make sure you're catching those episodes. Those come out the first Saturday of every month. So how I met Tim. I met Tim at Prepper Camp 2022. He approached me, I believe, on my way back from the bathroom, and we got to chit-chatting. Turns out we knew one other person in the prepper community together. We got to talking a little bit more, and I was like, you know what? Why don't we do a show together, Tim? Why don't you come over and sit down with me and we'll record a show? So Tim and I did a live show at Prepper Camp 2022 in Saluda, North Carolina, which I'd like to remind you guys, tickets are on sale for that, and I will be there again this year. I don't know if I will be doing the show from there or not, but I will be there. My tickets are already purchased. And since then, Tim's invited me on his show. I came on and did one episode. I got this email today and I was like, sure, why not? Let's do this. Let's do this 15-minute audio here for Tim. This sounds like a good time. If you guys don't know, I also host another event called Prep Stock. This is an event that takes place in Townsend, Tennessee over Columbus Day weekend. We ran out an entire campground for this event. We have a lodge that sleeps 60 people, and anybody is welcome to attend this event. Tickets are limited, though. If you guys want tickets for this event, go to www.prepstock.ticketleap.com, and you can get your tickets there. And you guys can come to Prep Stock, meet us, hang out with us. I do want to put out there in the beginning of this, it's really hard to lock down these speakers and instructors. So even though we may promise this speaker, that instructor, life happens, sometimes they just don't show up, and you're not getting what you pay for. But we're doing what we can to make sure this year's event turns out great. So again, if you guys want to come out and then meet us and be at that event, www.prepstock.ticketleap.com, and you guys can come out and meet us there and partake in the event. Again, that's over Columbus Day weekend. So some more about me. I am a homesteader. Back in 2016, I purchased a property out in the middle of nowhere, and I decided to myself, I got to get the hell out of the city. I can't be here anymore. The election was rolling around. I was looking for things to break really bad. I don't care if you were for Trump. I don't care if you were for Hillary. Coming up on that election, the country was in chaos. Tensions were high. I was like, we got to get the hell out of here quick. Once Trump got elected, we saw the country spiral into a little bit of chaos. And I said, okay, this just reaffirms that we need to get the hell out of here. We purchased the property, started doing little develops on it, and were able to move up there right before the pandemic hit. I was thankful that we did, because we avoided a hell of a lot of chaos. We avoided a lot of things that were going wrong being in the middle of nowhere. Since I brought this up, I want to go on to say that homesteading is a bitch. I know it's a trend right now. I know everybody's going down this homesteader road, and I know there's a lot of reasons why. Mainly being people are watching failures within society and failures within government. They want to be more self-sufficient. It's very commendable. I admire that, but it is hard work. A lot of people have this mindset that you could just go out, buy a property, and start building right away. It doesn't necessarily work like that. Whenever it comes to homesteading, you guys got to think about a few things here. You have to have a place to poop. You got to have a place to get water from, and you're going to need some sort of electric, because we live in an age where we need electric. Okay. So what I mean by this is permitting for septics, permitting for electric, permitting for a well. There's a lot that goes into this. The best piece of advice I can give any homesteader that's out there is have a good plan going into this. Pre-think everything. One mistake I made while homesteading was rushing my projects. Nothing was really thought out long term. It was a good thought in the moment. Like, I'm going to put this shed here. I'm going to build this cabin here. I'm going to put this structure here. And then you come to find out later on, I've condensed things too much. Now I have to move buildings. Now I have to spread this out. Now I have to move this. Now I have to move that. This underground plumbing isn't going where I want it to now. I've wasted a lot of time and energy moving things that shouldn't have been in the place they were. And that was my own mistake. If I would have had somebody to sit me down and tell me, Jester, map things out. Map out your biggest future plans. Map out where everything's going to go. Don't be in a rush to just get here and throw things up, because that's what I did. I was in a rush. I wanted to get the hell out of city. I wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. I wanted to be in the middle of nowhere as quickly as possible. The mentality was great to get my family out of the city before the pandemic hit. It was really good. However, it was very bad in the long run, because now I find myself doing excessive amounts of work, replanning and moving things around the property. Another piece of advice I would give people: everybody that wants to homestead wants chickens, they want goats, they want some sort of livestock, right? And we went down that road. Like I said, I grew up on a little horse ranch. We had all kinds of critters running around. I made another mistake in this as well. I accumulated animals before I was ready for them. So unfortunately, some of my animals had to be condensed in smaller pens. They had to be condensed in smaller areas until I was able to open up bigger areas of property, till I was able to fence in more areas. I really jumped the gun with the animals. So I will say this, second piece of advice, do not get the animals till you're absolutely ready for them. Another piece of advice I will give people is this. Whenever I was doing my homesteading projects and accumulating things for the homestead, I never really took weather into an equation. I never thought to myself, I'm going to need a bunch of areas protected from the rain. I never thought to myself, I'm going to need a bunch of areas that'll be highly insulated and warm. I never thought this process. I come to find out that I've lost a lot of money in just weather-related things, having to put tarps over lumber to save them and pissing away money in tarps because the tarps are getting destroyed and then having to get new ones. Lumber rotting because I can't protect it good from the weather. Things rusting and getting destroyed because I don't have a great place to put it. If I would have had to go back and do this all over again from the very beginning, I would have started with a pole barn. And I'm not going to keep beating up this homestead thing. All I will say is if you're about to go down this road, if this is something you really want to do, think it through. I know it's a big fad right now, and I know everybody's on this homestead train. And guys, I wish everybody that does this the best of luck when they're doing this. I'm simply telling everybody these things so they don't make the same mistakes I did. Moving on. Prepping and homesteading kind of goes hand in hand. Assess your preps with the homesteading. What I mean by that is don't prioritize one over the other. Make sure they're going hand in hand. Okay. I also know we're coming up on planting season again for some people. And I know that a lot of people are going to be going out, buying new tools, buying seeds, buying things to plant. I know that that's coming. And I know that get ready, get prepared, get everything done and in order, and pre-plan this stuff, guys. It doesn't hurt to map things out. Another piece of advice I will give you guys for the gardening aspect of this, guys, plant a ton of perennial vegetables and perennial fruits. Plant things that are going to come back because it's going to make your life a little bit easier for next year. So that's about all I got, guys. I hope you enjoyed this little 15-minute audio clip I put together for Tim. Guys, I encourage everybody, if you're not checking out my content, you could find me over on Spotify, Apple Podcast, all those good places. And if you really want to interact with me on social media, guys, I am really big on the Clapper app. If you don't know what Clapper is, it's like the adult version of TikTok. I spend 90% of my social media time over on Clapper. Go ahead and find me on Clapper at It's Doomsday Podcast. And if you want to reach out to me directly, email me. It's doomsdaypodcast@gmail.com. One more time, it's doomsdaypodcast@gmail.com. And thank you so much, Tim, for inviting me to do this 15-minute audio clip. Have a great day, everyone.
So
all the homesteading lessons.
Sounds like he made a couple of type 1 errors, maybe some type 2 errors, but how else do we learn, right?
I mean, permaculture is your friend. I made Jack calls it a type 0.5 error, but it was a type 1 error. I had to move a whole hill.
Oh, geez. And that is
when you came here, the hill was already moved, but literally it took us a year.
Oh, I got to say something about Jester before I forget, because he undersells himself. I see him at Prepper Camp. He has this kick-ass live podcasting studio. And I go over and I'm like, man, how long? You must have been doing this for years. He's like, I set this up 2 days before I came to Prepper Camp. I thought it would be a good idea. Talk about getting started and figuring it out along the way. Now, it wasn't without its hiccups, but he kicked ass and took names.
Sweet.
I want to ask something to the audience before I forget. So I've been doing this ongoing The History of Modern Preparedness series. It's like this little pet project that I love. Now, I'm getting ready to go into the 70s and then into the 80s. So what I'm looking for out there are people who have been into prepping since at least the early 80s, preferably anybody who remembers some of the earliest BBS, bulletin board, chat rooms for preppers. I've found a few little hints and tips on it, but I'd love to have somebody who was there from the beginning. So I just throw it out there because we got a big audience and I thought maybe I would ask. So
good question.
I got a question for you, Nicole.
Uh-oh.
How many times a week is your podcast now?
4 to 5.
4 to 5. So how do you come up with, and I didn't prep you for this one, so how do you come up with something fresh or something new 4 to 5 times a week? What do you do?
Well, the reason it turned into a 4 to 5 time a week podcast is that I was doing that much with interaction. So I have a weekly show with John Willis, and we usually add somebody to that, right? That's a podcast episode. I have my Monday podcast episode. I started doing my homestead happenings update where I share truth about what it's really like on the homestead because people like to gloss over. I mean, to his point, people make homesteading seem easy and it takes work. And you can set it up so it's easier, but I don't think in any like environment it's easy. So that happened. People started asking me questions, and so I have a Q&A show, and then I have interviews on my podcast. So for me, it's actually that I have so many ideas at this point, I'm out of shows. Like I have a notebook, like literally it's right here, and I've had 3 ideas. I'm like, okay, a show about that, a show about that. Yeah.
So what I found as well, and I'm going to read into your work, you've built a system that basically you already know, you have a structure in place so that you know what's coming up. So you just kind of fill in the blanks from there. Yeah. And have you found that as time goes on, you get, like you said, you have more ideas than you can even handle, right?
Yeah.
Now, that I'm not saying that to discourage people because Tori says she's listening to that answer very intently, but it does come with time.
Tori, just start talking.
Yes. There was one time early on that I didn't know what I was going to talk about. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to start recording. And it's surprising. The first take was 5 minutes. I stopped, deleted everything. But by the time those 5 minutes were over, I was ready to start recording. So it's an interesting process, isn't it, Nicole?
Yeah, it is. And when you're really flummoxed, like you get up one day and you're just like, I got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing. Then there's all these networks that we've built around us. You can go out and say, hey, what do you guys want to hear about today? And then people are like, tell me about how popcorn works or whatever. And you're like, never thought about how popcorn works. I'm going to go learn how popcorn runs. Next thing you know, you have a podcast about how popcorn works.
It's true. And apparently Tori loves listening to us talk shop. We do have a lot of fun, don't we?
Yeah, we do. But yeah, a lot of people, I've been listening to this book that you and I were talking about, the .com secrets.
Yes.
And they're like, what can you do a course on that you think it's easy, but other people might not. And I think somehow in our network, we could actually talk about how to start a podcast and get that done, just from the conceptual piece to the marketing it piece, to the finding content piece, to the actual audio production and spreading it out. And so many people want to know how to start podcasts.
Do you know how you start?
You start.
Yeah, that's tough. I know. Fuck, we're always such smart asses, but
I know.
You sit down in front of one of these, and you start talking. And nobody will listen at first. And,
yeah, true.
Maybe
I had 80 people on my first podcast.
80, but yes, smart ass. But how many did you have on the second?
16.
And then the third?
Probably about 16. One of them was my mom.
Yes. I always said, Mom, my mom was listening. My wife was listening. My kids were listening, and then they stopped. But we're all good. So, no.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even have a mic. It's not this computer, but my other computer that was almost just like this one. I was recording into the room mic originally.
Because it worked, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you go back and listen to the audio, you're like, yep, that's her computer mic.
You can hear in my videos, this is what I used. With an iPhone 10 at the time. You can barely hear me, and I look like a terrorist, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Well, the next one I am excited about. We've got some serious content. We got some heavy hitters coming up here now. So this may be someone else. Do you know Dave Jones, the NBC guy?
No, I can't wait to hear him though.
Well, when I first met him, I thought, maybe he was supposed to work for like NBC and he used to work for CBS. No. Yeah. So for those of you out there, Dave is a former military guy who worked way up there, and NBC stands for nuclear, biological, and chemical. The dude is an expert and he can talk. He's got a 2-hour course that I signed up for next week. It's full, but he has another one coming up. So I don't want to spoil it. So let's dive into what Mr. Dave Jones, the NBC guy, has to say.
Well, hello, everyone out there in internet radio land. This is Dave Jones, the NBC guy. And have I got some tips for you? So Tim asked me to put this together, tips prepper tips. And since I'm the NBC guy, and it seems to be very appropriate these days, I thought I'd put together some tips on chemical preparedness or hazmat. I give classes on nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. You can Google me. I'm going to launch my first online training this month in February, and hopefully do one every month. And it's 3 hours long. It's everything you need to know. If you've ever seen me speak before anywhere, you'll know what the difference is, because this time I don't have to set a time limit and I can answer questions. So that's what I'm doing. And this, our first training is going to be next week on the 27th or 22nd of February. And I think it's very appropriate right now to talk about chemical spills, and hazmat protection. So here goes. In my presentation, I discuss a bunch of different things about chemical attacks and chemical spills. So, you have to ask yourself, because everybody has a limited amount of prepper dollars. I don't care who you are. Well, unless you're federal government, who can print their own money and spend more. But these prepper dollars, they're limited to everybody's budget. And a lot of people ask me about hazmat suits and all that kind of stuff. And I often say, do you have large trash bags and duct tape? And most everybody raises their hand. And I said, well, you already have a chemical protective suit and don't really know it. So, whereas you can get a hazmat suit. I'm not saying don't get a hazmat suit. If you got the money, the thing is, hazmat suits go by size. They run about $40. Well, maybe more nowadays. And, when you buy it, you may be a medium, but when you need it, you may be a large. So just know that there's limitations to hazmat suits. For some reason, they put an expiration date on there. I have never been able to figure that out. I think it's just designed to get you to buy more, So, and nylon gloves, neoprene gloves, Harbor Freight has them, for mechanics, and Costco, you can get 800 for about $20. I always have these on hand because they come in handy for processing game, changing oil in the car, keep your hands from getting messed up. And I keep quite a few on hand and rotate the stock. And then, you have to say, well, what about your feet? Well, plastic bags, you cover over your shoes, tape it shut, put the plastic bag inside, and the pant leg of your hazmat suit on the outside. So, and the same way with the gloves, you put the sleeve on the outside of the glove on the inside. So you have to tear the tape off. And if you have a painter's mask, remember this: something is better than nothing. Okay. So if you have a painter's mask, that's good. That's better than nothing. I've seen people make them out of pop bottles, the 2-liter pop bottles, soda bottles. Depends upon which part of the country you come from, pop or soda. And you can get videos and videos. Do you need a chemical protective mask? I don't know. That is up to you and your prepper dollars. Okay. Now I can say that Mira Safety is a very good protective mask company. They had a little bit of supply chain issues when the Russian invasion happened, because I think their masks are made in Belarus, but there are very good protective masks out there. Now, if you're looking for a specific kind, get the ones that take the 40 millimeter canisters. Okay, don't get an old World War II surplus or Vietnam War surplus one. You're not going to find parts for them, and they're surplus for a reason, right? They may not work. They may be broken. So, when you're talking about a life support system, do you want to have a question in your mind whether it works, or do you want to be confident that it works? So you're going to spend around $300 for this. So let's talk about, and I say this in my presentation all the time, you have more of a chance of getting exposed to the ethyl methyl bad shit that goes up and down railroad lines every day than you do of being exposed to nerve agent. Okay. So you have to know the procedures for sheltering in place. If that toxic cloud is going to come over your house, you have to know how to shelter in place. And that means get to the center part of your house, the furthest away from any doors and windows. Okay. Some people say, put duct tape and plastic up over your windows. And let's use a little common sense here. Our houses today are pretty well sealed. I mean, does snow come in your house when it snows? Does dirt come in? Do you see dirt blowing underneath the doorway? If you don't live in that farmhouse that was built at the turn of the last century, okay, my grandma and grandpa had that farmhouse. So that farmhouse, okay, where the wind blows and the curtain moves, you don't need duct tape and plastic up over your windows. You need to get as far away from that as possible. Now, don't go in your basement because some chemicals are heavier than air, and don't go in your attic because some chemicals are lighter than air. Go into the ground floor and into the center part of your basement and stay there. Stay there for a long time. Take Monopoly with you. Take some power bars. If you're at work, have some power bars and bottled water in your file cabinet, because if you get called to shelter in place, you want to have water and something to eat because you're going to stay there a long time. The reason I say take Monopoly is start a game of Monopoly. It takes hours. Has anybody ever gotten to the end of Monopoly? I know I never have. We give up, so take something that will keep you occupied for a long, long time. Okay. And monitor the situation. That's how you shelter in place, and know that, some things will detect the presence of chemicals before other things. The reason they took canaries into coal mines is because as they were digging the coal, if they ran into a methane gas deposit, the canaries would fall over first, and then the miners would run. So if you have chickens or if you have animals that are in the outside and they die, you've been exposed to chemicals. Okay. Now, whether or not they're persistent or not, know this: the difference between the chemicals that's used by military warfare, okay, they are designed to kill you in seconds or minutes. Okay. They are designed to kill you or incapacitate you in a short period of time. So that's different than, hey, I could get cancer 20 years from now. Okay, so that is basically the difference between it, like a hazmat spill and a chemical attack. So, but the decontamination is usually the same. So if you have chlorine, Clorox bleach, you have the number one standard decontaminant for nerve agent. And it also kills Ebola and other biological agents. So Clorox in your own home, any kind of cleaning solvent like 409 or what's that other spray cleaner? Lysol. Did you ever read the can of Lysol? Man, it kills everything. I mean, herpes and Lysol is great. And basically in a hazmat situation, that is what they're doing. They're cleaning and rinsing away. Hazmat takes a lot of water. When I was part of Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, we monitored every kind of spill there was in the whole state of Pennsylvania. And the saying was, the solution to pollution is dilution. So you need a lot of water. Water is a great neutralizer. It neutralizes just about everything. And what you do is you dilute it down. Now some chemicals you don't want to put water on, and that's why they use that foam that you see a lot of times. But it depends upon the chemical that's spilled, and they'll know that. Now let's talk about the plume itself. So when it first happened, and someone did they did I don't know what they did, but it wasn't a chemical downwind hazard prediction. It wasn't. They drew a 200-mile radius around the spill in Ohio, which covered almost all of Maryland. It went into West Virginia and Virginia, and that's just BS. Okay, that's total BS. Now, to get that kind of coverage, you need something more than a fire propelling it. And also, I have a question with that is, which way was the wind blowing? You mean that stuff didn't get carried by the wind? I mean, it had to go downwind some. All they did was draw a radius and 200 miles. Okay, now it is going to be bad in that area. 10 miles out, maybe even 20 miles out, it's going to be bad for contamination. The only way it's going to get outside that area is something carries it out, like water. This chemical is very heavy, and water, the Ohio River can take it downstream, which is a problem because that's where we get a lot of our drinking water. Now, our drinking water does have a procedure, filtration, all that kind of stuff, but it depends upon how small the molecules are, whether they can filter it all out. So that's my thought on that. So if anybody just throws up a 200-mile radius thing in your face, just know that is BS, and they're trying to sell you something. Okay? Now that doesn't mean that if you live somewhere close to that spill, it's not going to be bad. It is going to be bad. This could be the love canal, okay, of modern day. I mean, this really could be. So what happened was, and I know this from my time in Pennsylvania Emergency Management, they had an emergency operations center. They had the engineers from the railroad line because they're the most qualified. They also had the best of the hazmat Ohio had to offer. And there are some military assets that are located in the National Guard of each of the 50 states, and they probably had those guys chime in. And between everybody, and most likely the engineers of the railroad line were pushing this, because to pump that stuff out of those broken containers and haul it away, okay, would have taken a long time. And from what I understand, it was already spilling. So the decision was to burn it, but that changed it into basically hydrochloric acid. So that is what's going into the atmosphere, acid rain. And when it rains down, when the rain would go through that cloud, it bonds with the water molecules, and it's going to be like hydrochloric rain. So anybody downwind of that, grass is going to die, trees are going to die. It's going to look pretty apocalyptic. So I'm over my 15 minutes, but if anybody needs more information or would like to sign up for my class, nbcguy@protonmail.com. Just shoot me an email, nbcguy@protonmail.com. I'll send you the information on the class. You decide. No hard feelings if you don't sign up. The class is $59. And you can have the whole family there. Whole family, your whole prepper group. Have as many people there as you like. So take care and prep on.
So Dave has the special ability to make scary things seem not scary and rather realistic. I had Dave on the show a while ago because I wanted to talk about building a bunker and a bunch of things. And when I was done, he talked about the reality of the possibility of an NBC incident. But when I was done, he made me feel empowered and I was able to move on from it. So that was good. Now, I want to throw something out there. I just put in, I'm going to throw up it's the workshop Telegram link. So if you're not part of the group, please come and join. But here's the deal. I want pictures of people watching the live stream. I love that. I've got 6 so far. If I get 10, I'll do a live draw with the Wheel of Names on the show today to give away a free embroidered Toolman Tim workshop patch. And each person we get above 10, I'll do another draw. So that'll increase your chances. So what do you think, Nicole? Did you catch any of Dave at all?
Oh yeah. It's you're echoing, by the way.
Oh,
okay. We unechoed. Okay. Now, so I've had people ask about the chemical spill and they're like, is it going to ruin the water table in Tennessee and all these questions? And I was really happy to be on with Ed Hubble from the Iridium group last week. And I was like, so what's the reality here? Because the questions that I haven't seen answered is, it burned and we're all going to die is what you hear, right? Well, okay, well, why did they burn it? What were their alternatives for cleaning it up? What would have made them? Because it's as if the government burned it on purpose to kill us, was sort of the framing I was getting. And I was like, well, so I'm always skeptical. And then you're hearing, well, it was leaking out anyway, and it was better to burn it than let it. I mean, I don't know the answer to all of those things, but those are the questions we need to ask when we hear about the latest crisis and jump straight to the conclusion of the conspiracy. It doesn't mean conspiracies are wrong, but before you go all in on something, you look like an idiot if the answer is it was going to kill more people if we didn't do that.
100%.
So that's where I was at.
No, 100%.
And I get to meet Ed Hubble in person at the Self-Reliance Festival.
You'll get to meet him before I do. And he's a fellow Canuck. We live less than 8 hours from one another. So we are going to meet at some point. I'm going to get out there because he teaches first aid. Oh, he's like a Canadian version of tactical response.
Yeah.
And he's trained with them. He's fellow alumni. So he is, Ed knows his shit through and through.
I had to go look up all those chemicals just to see what that, because there are people like, this chemical's going to be out there, the vinyl, whatever. And I was like, okay, well, before I freak out, I want to go look at what it is.
Exactly. Now, my first
thought, it does.
We have oil wells everywhere here.
Yes,
they have flare stacks because natural gas builds up. And if it gets, now somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason they have it is if it builds up too much, they have to release it. The safest way to release it is to burn it off. Now, would you rather it burn or would you rather get it in a water supply that affects 30 million people? That was my first thought. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I wouldn't want to be on the end of making that decision. Let's put it that way. So,
well, I'm glad I didn't live near that chemical spill too.
Oh, 100%.
And I feel for the people, like they've had their lives turned upside down and they return, like when they burned that off, it released hydrochloric acid into the air, and people were like, it's burning when I'm breathing. And I'm like, that's because there's hydrochloric acid in the air.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. Maybe
No.
you should stay away a little longer, or, and that sucks. But it's really hard when you look at Chernobyl, for example. It's like they had to make a terrible disaster less terrible by not amplifying it there. And I think that's where we're at with chemical spills here.
I think so. I'm a big proponent of pipelines because people are like, oh man, well, you know what? A pipeline is stationary. I don't want to go down that road, but it's way better, I think, than moving it all by train all the time. I think it's a better option, but nothing's a perfect option, right? So,
Yeah.
So what, let's see, what have you been doing lately to make your life a little bit better, Nicole?
It's so funny. I've been creating chaos for myself because it's my breakthrough year, and I'm really good at pantry management and things, but there is 15 years of things in my house. And I haven't moved. So when I used to move once or twice a year, remember those years? It was like pretty good at purging. So I've been on like a holy tear on purging, and that's what I was doing. Like there was all the stuff stored under my bed that is a good storage area, but I'm to the point where, okay, how long has it been under the bed?
Right.
And why has it been under the bed that long? And I just like pulled out a duvet cover that's a queen size, for example. Do I have a single queen size blanket in my house?
I'm going to go with no.
No.
No. Okay.
So that's out. Yeah. So, stuff like that. And why it's making me better is with every little chip at this that I take away, I'm more empowered and more functional in my home. I'm more functional, and then I'm more empowered and functional in my work. And then I'm just more balanced as a person. And so it's been a push, but it's worth it.
And yeah, you're right. I feel better when I have a space to work in. That's why I go out to my workshop, because during the week when I'm busy, it becomes a disaster area. And then I fix it up and I feel a little better. And for us today, I don't know if you can see that. Are my hands still kind of smurfish? Yeah, blue.
Yeah.
So building our independence this week, we had my son-in-law put new flooring in the upstairs at the daycare. And I knew a guy who could paint. In other words, my wife knew a guy who was me. And so I painted the whole entranceway this weekend. So we are so close to having the renovations done there. And we talk about entrepreneurship all the time. But if there was one thing over the last 3 years that got people more freedom in their lives, period. Not even the last 3 years. If there's one thing you can do, start a side hustle or work toward some form of entrepreneurship in your life. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And just decide what amount of time am I willing to invest in that every week. And if the answer is 1 hour, then figure out what you can do for 1 hour.
Exactly. And if you can make the equivalent of 5 work hours in wages from that 1 hour for yourself, and you might think, I don't think that's no, it really is. It's totally possible. So just start, and you will be surprised, because 5 years ago, if you'd have told me that entrepreneurship was going to be the way of freedom, I might have heard it, but I might not have believed it right away. But I'm telling you, just do it and get it done.
Well, it's scary, right? Because now you're responsible for your stability and your income. And that's scary, because if you have a time where it doesn't happen, that's on you too. And that's my experience with being a 5-year overnight success is that I was not an overnight success. I've worked very hard. And sometimes I felt like I was working hard and not making it. And then usually I would hit that ceiling, and then somebody would come along and ask a question, and I'm like, oh, and then I would start doing well again. So it's, you go up and down as part of that. And a lot of people start, they have some success, they hit the ceiling, and they give up.
2 Christmases ago, we had a meeting so my wife and my sister-in-law are co-owners of the daycare. We ordered pizza. We sat down with the 2 husbands and the 2 wives, and we said, 90 days. We're giving it 90 more days. And if we don't make it, we're pulling the plug, because we had spent a ton of money, a ton of time, and we weren't seeing the results. Or at least we said we were going to reevaluate. And we did. And you know what? Things are 100 times better. But you have those ups and downs. And when we come back from the next segment, I'm going to ask you, Nicole, about one of those down times for you. One of those times in entrepreneurship that you felt like the whole world was against you, a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. So with that, let's bring on Nate and Aaron of the Two Chicks Homestead. I love them.
Hello, welcome to the Two Chicks Homestead podcast. We are the Two Chicks. Yay!
Hi, I'm Nate.
And I'm Aaron, and we talk about homesteading and living on a small piece of land.
All right, everyone. We want to throw a big thanks for Tim and Nicole for hosting this.
Yep.
This is our little segment that we're going to toss in there. Just kind of how we got started in homesteading.
Yeah. So you listened to John Willis from SOE like
years
12
years ago.
Years ago.
Yeah. It was right around when I got my concealed carry license because I needed a gun belt.
Yeah.
And a buddy of mine sent me over to John Willis over at SOE, and I bought a belt, and I just started following his stuff. So, and then I kind of got fed up with the media over the years, and one night I'm watching one of his live streams, and he goes, "Hey, you guys should really be listening to this guy called Jack Spirko."
And I remember looking over like, what the heck is a Spirko?
So we went down that rabbit hole, and found Nicole, listened to her for a long time, went to one of the workshops, had a blast at the workshop. I think you and I got a ton of stuff out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I listened to her, and then a couple of months later went to the workshop by myself.
Right.
First, and then you came along the second time.
Yep. And then we've been down to SRF, South Reliance Festival in Camden.
Yep.
I've gone twice, and you've gone once.
Yep.
So that was a lot of fun, just camping out, just doing your thing.
Yeah, and we met Tim at the second LFTN.
Yep. Met Tim down there and his wife. His wife is awesome.
Yep.
So Becky, if you're listening to this, big thumbs up. We can't wait to see you again. So, and then, we just kind of transitioned into this. I mean, it was a couple years ago where we moved out here.
Yeah, we've been living here for 5 years now. My brother lived out here, more out in the country, outside of city limits, and he had chickens and goats and stuff, and we were ready to get out of the city where we were in because it just was not where we wanted to raise kids. It ended up being a little bit rougher than we were expecting. Found this house, came and looked at it, fell in love. It was like, that is the house we have to live in.
Yep.
Went through a rough purchase.
Yes. So we first saw this house, and we needed we're done living in the town we were in, and just on a whim we go, let's go look for a house. So we came out here, we put the offer in on this house, and we had 14 days to get our house on the market and sold.
Yeah, we were not ready. And they didn't like that, but I mean, we ended up getting it, and within a few months I remember telling you, okay, I want to get chickens.
Yep. And I'm like, what? What? You want chickens?
So we're living in the country. We had to get chickens. And so that was your big first build.
Yeah. It's the first thing I ever built from a pile of sticks.
Yeah. And it's
still standing.
Amazing. It is perfect. Yes.
It drives you nuts every once in a while. Some of the stuff's a little too tight.
Yeah, but you know what? We've had excessive winds and snowstorms. We were right next to an 800-acre field, 400-acre field, and the winds just come right blasting at it, and it is not
falling over,
moved.
falling apart. Yeah, I mean it
took 4 years for any critters to get inside of it.
Well, that's only because I left the door open.
I know, but still, that's pretty good.
So yeah, and then COVID hit, the human malware virus.
Yeah.
And you said, I think I'm ready to do some meat birds.
Yeah.
So we decided to go looking for a batch of meat birds. And lo and behold, we couldn't find any meat birds. So I went down the library of Jack Spirko at the Survival Podcast and go, what's the next best thing? And I find this thing on rabbits, meat rabbits. I'm like, that'd be kind of fun. have recurring food and a regenerative food, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. And hey, hon, let's get some rabbits.
And it took me a long time because I still had like that pet mentality of like fuzzy bunnies. Like I can't raise funny bunnies and then have them for dinner.
Oh yeah.
And it took a while. And then when I think it was just the panic set in of not being able to find
the meat birds,
birds and just hearing, even though you don't listen to the news, you still hear all the panic of going on of not being able to find meat in the grocery stores. And it's like, okay, I guess if you do it, it's all you.
Yep. And it was all me.
Yep.
But we found the meat birds in between. We were waiting for the trio of rabbits to get older.
Yeah.
Or old enough to breed. So we got our meat birds in, but we still had the rabbits.
Yep.
So we processed our first batch of meat birds and said, okay, this isn't too bad. A couple weeks later, we processed the rabbits. And that was a great meal because we had that meal on Yule.
Yeah, for winter solstice, we had a meal of like everything was from our land.
Yep. And that was one of the first dinners we had ever had.
Yeah. Of something that I think we may have had a chicken, but I think the rabbits is different because they were born here.
Yeah.
And we never had to bring that actual meal. I mean, we obviously brought the breeders in.
Right.
But this was a baby born on our property.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, the rabbits are the best little micro homestead animal you can get your hands on.
Yeah. I think when we started doing the chickens and the rabbits, it was like we crossed a line, a good line of like, we are homesteading. Like this is like the ultimate goal to get past and really feel like we were doing something and not, millions of people have gardens and I don't know, this just felt like the real deal.
Yeah. We've always had the big gardens, decent sized gardens, and we've honestly gotten bigger over the years.
Yeah.
I think our current gardens are 10 feet by 60 feet plus 4 by 8 over in the neighbor's plot that we use. So we have a lot of gardening space. We have
for our property. Our property is less than half an acre.
Right.
We do have shared 3 acres next door, but and we're lucky to be able to use that, but that's not plantable.
Let's talk a little bit about what we get off of that, because we do a lot of foraging over there.
Yes, that's where I get all of my elderberries that I use to make elderberry syrup. We've gotten puffballs, the puffball mushrooms, which we didn't this year. There really weren't any this year.
Right.
But in the past, we've dehydrated them and had soup, many times over the winter.
Yeah, venison and puffball mushroom.
Oh, man, it is delicious. And we just found for the first time last year were morels.
Yep.
We found over there.
Yeah, a bunch of morels we've had off of there. And then the other huge thing is my neighbor lets me hunt.
Yep.
So my stand is, about a quarter mile behind the house. There's a line of trees that goes back there. And my stand is up at the end. And last year, opening day, so October 1st, opening day, and, here, I shot a 14-point buck.
Yep.
And he's still feeding us.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a while.
Yeah. That's the first deer we've ever pulled off the lane.
Yeah.
So
that was a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a good meal. And that was a holy shit moment.
Yeah. Cause I think the neighbor was like, yeah, sure. Whatever. You can go hunt there. Cause nothing ever happened. So yeah, by all means. Yeah. And then here you get that. And it's like,
yep. And then, we do a little bit of trapping back there too, as well. I actually got my first coyote off of the lane, about a week ago. Got him.
Yeah.
Not going to do a whole much with him because he was pretty mangy, but maybe next one will be halfway decent where I can save the pelt.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of cool.
We get all of our mulberries over there
Yep.
for our mulberry jelly that we make, which we need to do soon. We just used our last jar from last season, so now we have to make more.
Right. And then we also fish over there.
Yeah.
So
which we don't do a lot of eating anymore from the pond, but our little one, she loves to fish. I mean, even if she doesn't want to stand there the whole time, she just,
Right.
it's the idea of fishing. And it's a lot of fun to walk. I mean, we really have the best of both worlds. We can walk to the library. We
Mhm.
can walk and get, a burger in town.
Mhm.
And then we can walk out our backyard and feel like we are
Middle of nowhere.
miles away
Yeah.
from anybody.
Yeah.
Go
I mean-
shooting back there. We've got an axe throwing thing back there. We shoot our bow and arrows. I mean, just to walk down that quarter-mile lane, it just feels like we've just driven away and gone to a forest preserve.
Right. And the kids love it. Like
Yeah.
we were down there today. We finally got a thaw out. It was like 35, 40 degrees here. It's been -5 for the past couple days, but we finally got a good thaw. And I took got the ATV out and got the toboggan out, and the oldest and I went flying up and down the lane a little bit, up and over the drifts. She has a blast doing that.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they're growing up how I remember going to other people's houses that had farms and was like, oh my gosh, this is cool.
Mhm.
And now they're growing up teaching other kids in our neighborhood that syrup comes from sap from trees. I remember I can hear her telling the neighbors, and they're like, why do you have all these wires coming out of your trees? And she's like, we're getting sap to make syrup. And they were like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, she's out there going, blah, 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 talking all about how it works, and same with the rabbits.
Yeah. I mean, she's single-handedly told, I think, every kid in the neighborhood what the rabbits do and what they're for. I mean, she's gone through the sap, and that sap is really cool.
Yeah.
I look forward to that every year.
Yep.
And we tap 5 trees. It's 4 soft maples and 1 black walnut.
Mm-hmm.
And then we mix it, boil it all down, mix it all together. And I mean, we might end up with half a gallon.
But still, I mean, it's got such a neat flavor to it.
Yeah, it's something you can't buy in the store.
And I know I've had a quart in the fridge for 2 years now, and we still have
a ton left.
Like a bunch, because you don't need a lot.
Right.
You just need like a drizzle because it's so rich.
Right. And then we've learned how to process hogs too.
Yeah.
We do that every year. We get one from the local farmer, and every once in a while we'll get a phone call from a local person and say, hey, I have a hog that needs to be processed. You want
Yeah,
them?
that hog was also a line that once we crossed. I remember her posting on Facebook saying, I think it was probably during COVID, wasn't it? When they couldn't find the locker room, that, hey, I've got hogs that they need to go. Who wants to process a hog? And I remember texting you going, ha ha, wouldn't this be funny to do this? And you're like, let's do it. And it was like, oh shoot. Now I've done it.
Well, and I've processed a deer before, so doing a hog is nothing.
But still, it was a lot.
Oh yeah.
It was a lot of work.
It was a lot of fucking work.
And we screwed up, and we learned
yeah.
from it. And we've done 4 now.
Yeah, 4.
And I mean, every time we do it, we're more streamlined. And now, I mean, we've had people come over and learn and do it, even though we don't know what we're doing.
Right.
But still, that's almost kind of neat because you can see where someone started. Like, instead of coming over and being like, oh, I'm a professional, and being overwhelmed and not, being nervous and not being able to keep up, they're coming here and learning with us. Same with the chicken processing class.
Yeah, that chicken processing class, we definitely crossed a good line with that.
Yeah.
From going to processing our own to selling a couple of seats and teaching a couple of local people how to process their own birds.
Yeah.
I mean, that was fun.
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking, and it was scary, and it was definitely putting ourselves out there. But it worked.
Yeah, sold it.
I mean, we paid for our chickens.
Yeah, but the feed too, if I remember.
Yeah.
So we got all of our chickens for free. I mean, we can't complain about that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just kind of, it's neat finding something that you can teach someone else. And now they have this knowledge. They may not be able to teach someone else yet, but they've done it, and it's not as scary thinking about it.
Right. Absolutely. And we'll probably have something coming up here with the rabbits. I think we're going to do rabbits in a couple of weeks. So we'll probably post in our local Facebook group and just say, hey, anybody want to swing by and learn? You can't take any with you because I only got 6 of them.
Yeah, we don't have very many, but
at least see if anybody wants to come check it out.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thought process.
Yeah.
And we'll replenish the Etsy store with some
rabbit feet.
That's been fun.
Yeah, and we've got our little project going with the deer hooves.
Yep.
So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, we just swap that batch over. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
And then if you guys want to check out the Etsy store, we have usually some comfrey salve on there that we make here at the house. The beeswax is from a local farm.
Yep.
And then all the comfrey is grown here. And we have some that's freeze dried and some that's dehydrated.
I think all the comfrey salve is from freeze dried comfrey.
Okay.
And that just kind of helps it keep much more of its
stuff,
nutrients and good stuff. I mean, it's amazing the difference with freeze drying the herbs and the leaves compared to dehydrating.
Right. Yeah, it looks so cool.
Yeah.
So we usually have some of that on there. I think we got 50 or 60 tins.
Yeah, we've got a lot going.
And then we got a box full of patches underneath here that we had made from one of our friends in the so-called patch game that we came from.
Yeah.
It's a Velcro back morale patch. It's got our logo on it. That's on our Etsy store as well. And then we'll replace rabbit feet here in probably 3 weeks. No, probably like maybe.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit for them to cure.
Yeah, probably about 6 or 8 weeks in that range. So,
but yeah, we've got the 2 kids, the 2 girls that are the 2 chicks.
Yep.
That name came when I needed a name, a homeschool name for something I was doing. And I think we had just gotten the chickens. I had 2 girls and it was like 2 chicks homeschool. And that was perfect. And then it just kind of came from there. But after we kind of got bigger, I think I said to you, do you think they're going to think we're 2 old women? You know?
Well, yeah.
And then it's like, yeah, literally everybody thinks that.
Hence the bearded lady jokes every single time somebody asks me.
So if you're thinking and chuckling that, we know, and it's fine.
Yeah. So
it's a fun story.
Absolutely. And it's something I would never change because it's us.
And we thought about it like really, oh gosh, maybe we should change it. Like this is going to live. We're never going to live this down. And it's like, you know what? Whatever. It's a fun story. We can laugh right along with it.
Yep.
Once we realize that it wasn't just us that thought that.
Yep. So if you guys want to follow us, our website, real easy to find, twochickshomestead.com.
Yep.
We do have the Etsy store. It's listed on there. We do have our email address. It's info@twochickshomestead.com. You know, shoot us an email, ask us some questions. We do anything we talk about here, and then also a little bit of ham radio. If anybody has some ham radio questions, they're more than welcome to email us and ask, and we'll get a hold of you.
Yep.
And we do have a Telegram group. You can find that on our tip link.
Yeah, 2 chicks.
It's 2chicks.ittybitty.tips.
Yep. And that's got all of our TikTok links and our Telegram group and our Facebook, the local group. It's mostly for Northern Illinois homesteading.
Yeah, the Telegram. We got the Facebook. We got TikTok. I think MeWe was on there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if MeWe's even on there anymore. MeWe kind of.
Yeah, kind of fell apart. Same with Float.
Yeah. But we were doing weekly podcasts. We've recently switched it to every other week.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It got to be all of a sudden be a lot. And we wanted to enjoy it and not get to be where it's like, oh gosh, we had to do another one.
Yeah.
Like there just wasn't enough happening.
Right. And as we get more content with the summer, because that always happens.
Yeah.
You know, we always have more stuff in the summer. We kind of just slow down and become hermits in the winter.
Yep.
So summer's right around the corner. So we'll jump on some more episodes and get some out for you guys. And we always appreciate the listeners. I'm always shocked when I sit there and look at the numbers.
Yeah.
And see what they are.
because you start to think like nobody's listening, and then you look and it's like, oh,
There.
they are.
So, yeah, I think that's about what we got for today. We appreciate you guys listening, and we always love Tim and Nicole for all the stuff they have done.
Yep.
And because we wouldn't be here without them.
Mm-hmm.
Between the, John Willis, Jack Spirko, Nicole Sauce, Tim, Amy, Brian, we wouldn't be doing any of this stuff.
Yep.
So
it's an amazing community to be part of.
Absolutely. And I'm still blown away.
Yep.
So we will catch you guys later.
All right. See you on the homestead, where something is always growing, eating, or cooking.
Thanks to Nate and Aaron for that. I love those two. I joke with them all the time that two chicks, I always expected that it should be Aaron and some other lady doing the podcast, but it's Nate, the bearded chick. So
he just needs to put a dress on one time.
Just once. Maybe
once.
We'll do a Halloween show with him next year.
Yes.
We'll do that.
Yes. And a wig.
And we have a running joke in our community that every time Nate mentions ham radio, we have to take a drink. Now, my glass was empty, but he did say ham radio. So it took him 18 minutes, but he made it in. He's even inspired me to book my basic with honors, which is kind of the Canadian. It gives me all my HF privileges. So I booked it for like the week in March, the first week in March. So it forces me to study. Once I get it, I have it. You can't take it away from me, right?
Oh, you have to trick yourself into studying too, huh?
It's the only way to do it. If I don't book it, I'll never do it, right?
Right.
So now it's booked, and now I have to, because if not, well, I let myself down. So it's a good way to, I don't know. I like those little hacks,
I love how Nate didn't think I was serious about the dress.
He didn't think you were, where did he? Oh, don't tempt me, Nicole. Yeah, I don't quite I don't think he realized.
His wife is like, we'll do a little house on the prairie dress. It'll be cute. Like, she's already got the whole plan going.
Oh, of course she does, because Nate or Aaron is just wonderful that way.
Yeah,
I would love to see they honestly, maybe next year for Halloween, they could do the flip-flop. Nate could do, well, no, that wouldn't make sense. They both have to wear dresses to be two chicks homestead.
Yeah, have you seen all those like Target ugly dress shots? Have you seen those series?
Yes.
Something like that would be hilarious.
It would be perfect.
Yes.
Like something real bland out of like The Handmaid's Tale or something. That's
Yeah.
what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
So before we went to the last segment, I teased that I was going to ask you about, did you ever have a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day in
No,
your...
not ever.
Never? Okay, well, let's move on to the next question. No. Would you like to share a story, Nicole?
Well, there's always stories. The one that came to mind when you said that. So I do an annual event called Green Chili Day.
Yes.
And I order green chilies, hatch green chilies from New Mexico. They get shipped in. I roast them, I smoke them, I can them, I make salsa, and we cook all this food, and it's delicious, and people come and they camp, and some of them have a little drinky drink, and we just have a good time. So it turned in from like this one day event into like it's 3 days of my life. And so when I started my podcast, I had a partner in my life who is no longer here. And the first year he was not here for Green Chili Day, I became aware that he mows the lawn and does the
right.
Like I knew it, but I didn't know it. Yeah. And we were coming towards this event, and usually Mama Sauce will help me with event coordination, or I hire staff or something. But for some reason that year, I'm like, I'm doing Green Chili Day by myself. And then the two rednecks were helping me, but they didn't catch the vision of what I was looking for. And so we're like an hour before people are arriving. The grass is not cut. Things are not set up. And I'm freaking out, right?
Right.
So I grab the lawnmower of my neighbor, and he's taken all of the safety things off it. And I just get whacked in the face by flying debris and right in the eye. And I yelled bad words, stomped into my house, slammed the door, threw myself on the bed, and cried about Green Chili Day and how I was never going to do Green Chili Day again, and threw the temper tantrum of a 3-year-old.
Sure, I get it.
Totally did. And they didn't know what to do because they had never seen that before. I don't think I've done that probably but one time in 15 years.
Sure.
Right. And I was just done. I was like, no more community events. I'm not teaching anybody anything ever again. Like, fuck the podcast, excuse my French, like all of that.
You're fine.
I was just like, I'm done. And then I calmed down, and then I picked my butt up, and I walked outside, and they had trimmed the grass.
So Val just posted a picture in the Telegram group. She's just awesome. She told the story about when she walked the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
She told a story about when she got trench foot. She told a story about when she fell into a den of rattlesnakes, both of which would have been enough for me to quit.
Yeah.
You know what her advice was? Never quit on a bad day.
Yeah.
And that is the truth. I had a horrible day one time when we had a huge snowstorm. I didn't have the gear to deal with it. My plow on my quad broke. The four-wheel drive in my truck broke. There was about 12 things that happened. And I walked into the living room and I looked at Becky and I said, I'm done. I'm walking away. No more snow, no more anything. And she said, okay, honey. She gets on the phone looking to buy me a snowblower. And anyway, 10, 15 minutes later, same thing. I took a breath after I was done having my hissy fit. And I realized, well, the only person that's going to make it work is me. So didn't make it easy, didn't make it feel good, but we're still here. You had your Hatch Green Chili Day, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did. We had a great time. We made salsa. People ate lots of good food. And Nighthawk never let me touch his lawnmower again.
He just does it for you now, doesn't he?
Well, yeah. Well, mostly the sheep do now, but Tactical does a lot of that. But yeah, every time I'm like, we need to hand mow this one area, Nighthawk's like, I'll just do that for you, Nicole.
What a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I was just talking with Tactical about I need my own weed whacker that's mine and nobody else touches it. And we're working on getting one of those in next.
Is it going to be a battery DeWalt like?
Yeah, it'll be a battery DeWalt probably. I had a battery Ryobi that got completely destroyed over the summer doing sheep. So I did have one, but it got kind of co-opted into the whole
You're not
farm.
supposed to use them to shear sheep. You know that, right?
No, we weren't shearing sheep. We were blazing trails to put movable fencing so the sheep. Yeah, so it was just there was things as bigger around than my thumb it was basically being used in a way it shouldn't have been being used.
I get you. Absolutely.
But it did it all summer until it couldn't do it anymore.
Well, with that, guys, we've got 4 segments left, and they're incredible. The last 4 we have Pug, John Pugliano, Tag from Life Done Free, John Willis, you're going to love his, and we're going to close up with Paul Wheaton. Not just Paul Wheaton, but Paul Wheaton's TED Talk, just so you know. But with that, let's slide into John Pugliano and how he made money with Morse code.
Hello, this is John Pugliano. I'm the host of the Wealthsteading podcast. I'm also the founder and money manager at investablewealth.com. For this segment, I wanted to provide you something that was informational as well as entertaining. And so what I thought I'd do is combine my 2 favorite activities, which is making money and amateur radio. This segment is entitled How Morse Code Made Me Rich, and it's an excerpt from Wealthsteading Podcast, episode 349. Enjoy. Okay, as far as Morse code, it's a hobby of mine. It's something that's rather archaic and out of the mainstream, but the reason I'm tying it in with the title of How It Made Me Rich is because it's been my experience over, many, many decades that the way you really do build wealth is personal to you. It's all about maximizing your personal abilities. Okay, and so as I talk in this podcast, I'll be talking a little bit about actually investing, but this is from a broader perspective because, we build wealth not only through the way we invest, but the 2 steps before that are learning to earn an income and to save a large percentage of that income. And then all 3 of those, learning how to earn, save, and invest, they're all about lifestyle choices. That's why the tagline of this podcast is that it's a lifestyle to build and preserve wealth. And so in this episode, I'm going to talk about Morse code because it's something that's always interested me. It may not have any bearing or interest in your life. So whenever you hear me talk about Morse code, just plug in whatever hobby or interest you have and look at it from that perspective, because the concepts I'm talking about can easily be individualized and personalized and customized to who you are and what you're all about. So there's about 7 or so reasons that I'm going to go through here that Morse code has made me rich. They're not in any particular order. And let me just start off with the first of these topics, which is the fact that you need a hobby. Now, I'm not going to get into the fact of why Morse code is enjoyable to me, but all of us have interests and things that we want to pursue outside of our normal career earning jobs or companies that we own or however we make an income, whatever the source of our income is. Now, I am a big proponent of if you're able to take your hobby and turn it into an income producing job or career or company or whatever, then you should by all means do that. That's essentially what I've done with becoming a money manager is that, many, many, many decades ago, I started investing not because I wanted to do it as a career, but because it was something that was very interesting to me. And then it became a source of income. And then that kind of became a part-time job. And eventually I was able to roll that out into a full-fledged career. So if you can turn a hobby into an income source, that's great. But that's not the purpose for this episode. I just want to emphasize the importance of having a hobby or some kind of interest that you're involved in, whether it's a sport, an activity, socializing, whatever it is. It doesn't matter other than it's important to you and it's something that you enjoy. And the other big differentiator I want to make on this and how this has been a key success to me understanding how to make money and how to build my wealth is that there is a big difference in your skill level between a hobby and some kind of an income producing career or job. Now, when it comes to earning an income, I'm a huge believer in being a maximalizer, meaning that I don't think you should focus on things that you're bad at. Now, for example, I'm pretty good at making money at trading stocks, but I'm horrible at spelling words properly. So while over the years and as I attained my education, I did do enough due diligence to get myself to where I spell most words correctly, but it's just not a talent for me. It's not something I'm able to be good at. And I haven't put all my efforts into learning how to spell words because I can just use technology, things like word processors or hire editors or other people to spell check for me. Where I make my income is in trading stocks. So I've maximized my income by focusing on what makes me the most money rather than improving what I'm the worst at. Now, obviously, if I was in a different career path, spelling would be more important. But again, that's a field that I wasn't interested in. So when it comes to making a career, I encourage people to focus on your strengths and not worry so much about your weaknesses. However, that's not the case with a hobby. And specifically as it relates to me and my passion for Morse code, I am absolutely lousy at Morse code. I would starve to death if I had to earn an income by being able to practice Morse code. I've been at this for a long time. I can barely stumble by at about 10 words per minute, which is really lousy in the world of Morse code. But you know what? None of that matters to me because it's a hobby. It's a distraction. It's an ability for me to take myself out of the stressful workplace or out of the stressful life that I may be in, and for a limited amount of time to immerse myself in an activity that I enjoy. So it's that relaxation, it's the ability to reset, it's the ability to clarify your mind that's important about a hobby. The actual results don't necessarily matter because that's the big difference in pursuing a hobby and having that impact your life than pursuing a specific career. So for example, you may like to garden, even though you kill everything that you try and grow. It doesn't matter, right? Because you're not trying to feed yourself. You're just trying to engage in an activity that you enjoy and that brings you peace and clarity. Learning that and being able to separate those two activities, the income generating part of my life and the leisurely hobby part of my life, have been crucial in helping me to build wealth. The income side is about production. The hobby side of it is about recharging your mental self. The other reason why I say that Morse code has made me rich is because it's really required a lot of discipline for me to learn Morse code because I don't have a natural ability to learn it. And if you want to build and maintain your wealth, it requires discipline. That's why I talk about the 3-stage process and wealth building skills. You have to learn how to earn, save, and invest. Each one of those requires discipline. People that become rich overnight by winning the lottery or by being a celebrity or something, you see that they often lose that wealth because they don't have the discipline to maintain it. easy come, easy go. And when it comes to Morse code and my lack of natural ability, it's taken me an extremely hard amount of discipline to be able to acquire even a rudimentary skill level. The other thing that I've learned about Morse code and why it's helped me become rich is because Morse code, unlike many other hobbies or activities you may be engaged in, it requires a high degree of concentration, especially for a neophyte like me. Imagine you're listening to a bunch of dots and dashes. If your mind drifts off or you're not totally on your game, you're going to completely miss those characters that are being sent. And then when you try and rethink about it, you're going to be missing all the future characters coming after it. So concentration is key. And likewise, that ability to be able to focus and concentrate is how you build wealth. Whether it's in pursuing your career or researching stocks or building up your network or raising your family, you're going to see that a lot of these things don't come just simply by participating. You got to really focus and concentrate to get the desired results. That is definitely true with Morse code and my learning curve. Another aspect about Morse code that has helped me become rich is pattern recognition. And pattern recognition is critical not only in trading stocks, but just in identifying value throughout your life. What you need to be able to do is have that situational awareness in every case where you learn to recognize patterns. And as I've studied Morse code, it's really helped my mind focus and pinpoint on that pattern. Imagine you're hearing a series of dots and dashes. And those dots and dashes combine to create letters and characters and words and other specific codes and phrases that convey some type of information. So it's not just about noise. It's about being able to identify that pattern and put it all together. So that was a T. That was an H. That was an E. Think of how many times you use the word the in communication. When you put those series of dots and dashes together, you're not just hearing, you're hearing the word the. And pretty soon, you go from just hearing the individual character to hearing the entire word. Morse code has really helped me focus in with the discipline and the concentration to develop my pattern recognition skills. And I promise you, that has made me a lot of money. Now, there's another side to that coin of pattern recognition. It's true in Morse code, and it's especially true in trading stocks. And that's about not anticipating. You can't look at the whole world as simply patterns because the world is much more nuanced and complicated than that. Yeah, you can look up into the sky and see constellations, and those constellations may look like certain patterns, right? Maybe you see a Big Dipper or the constellation Leo or Taurus, but it's just a pattern of stars, of lights in the sky. You're not really seeing a lion or a dipper or a bear. You're simply just seeing a pattern of things. Your mind will look at those patterns and come up with events and conclusions that are irrational and wrong, because patterns don't always represent the real world. So while pattern recognition is extremely important, you have to realize when something's simply a pattern, when it's not necessarily giving you meaningful information, and realize too that a lot of that pattern recognition comes from your mind automatically filling in the blanks. So for example, in Morse code, you hear and you think the, but that's only the first part of the word. And because you're focusing on the THE, you're missing what comes after it, which in this case is RE. That wasn't the word the, that was the word there, THERE. The way your speed and understanding develops in Morse code is that you start seeing more and more of those patterns. But you have to be extremely careful anticipating what that next letter is going to be or what the next sequence is going to be, because you don't know if it's going to be THERE. Maybe it's THEIR, or maybe it's THESE. Or maybe it's THEM or THEN or THEY. Do you see how being able to identify that basic pattern of helps you understand all those other words, but you won't know what's coming next until you listen? That's part of the discipline and the concentration. And as it relates to stock trading, it's why you always hear me say, I can't predict the future. Yes, I can look at patterns. Yes, I can develop algorithms. Yes, I know these are trends, but I don't know what's coming next. You're looking at patterns, you're identifying the sequences, and you assess probabilities, but you can't be 100% assured of what's coming next. Knowing that limitation has been a key factor in helping me become wealthy. And then the final thought that I want to close on is something that you hear me say time and time again. It's a reoccurring theme in this podcast, and it's heavily related to what I talked about before, which is the concentration part. As it relates to Morse code, it's about ignoring the static and the noise in the radio transmission that you're hearing and focusing on the dits and dashes that's conveying the information. So in your mind, you have to filter out all that irrelevant data, which might be man-made noise, it may be natural noise, but it's all that crackling and static and other things that are obscuring the true message. To be really good at Morse code, you got to be able to filter out all that noise and just focus on the dots and dashes. And as that relates to wealth building, that's why you always hear me say, ignore the media. And I mean the media in general, mainstream media, alternative media, left media, right media, whatever media there is, most of it is noise and static. And the degree that you're able to pick through all the nuance and BS and focus truly on the real information, that's how you become a successful investor. And even in your pursuit of your career, think about all the nonsense that goes on with things like office politics. To the degree that you can isolate that information and pick out the key elements that really matter in your career field, that's how you'll learn to earn a substantial income. Well, hey, there you have it. That's how Morse code has made me rich. Thanks for indulging me and sticking with this episode. Until next time, as always, this is John Pugliano wishing you the very best returns.
Hey, everybody, tag Lifetime Free.
Hey, everybody, tag Lifetime Free.
There we are.
Yeah, I have acquired a broom handle in my background.
Hey, that's okay. I bet there's lots of miscellaneous stuff behind this.
Yeah, sweeping happened.
Yeah.
So in Ken Ash's segment, he was talking about 5 places to focus, one of them being building wealth, which he says he hasn't nailed yet. Listen to John Pugliano, Wealthsteading podcast, even if you're not ready to invest, because as you develop financial literacy, it's there when you need it, as opposed to, okay, well, I paid off all my debt, I've made all these things, and now I have all this money saved. What do I do? Right.
John is a born teacher. He made 2 segments of time for me to sit down and chat with him at LFTN. And I could talk to that man all day.
Yeah.
He can teach you anything, but he's so good. Yeah. I love the man. He's an exceptional human being for sure.
He is, and he loves money. So I got a question for you, Tim.
Well, go ahead, Nicole.
How do you set your yearly goals?
Well, so I love my phone and I love my notepad. That seems to be the place I put it. And I always need to have, coming up to the end of the year, I'd really like to 2 things: be able to look back on what I've done in the last year and what I want to accomplish in the next year. So around the 1st of December, what I start doing is mind dumping into a notepad file anything that seems interesting for the next year. So, doesn't matter. It could be stupid. It could be a big, hairy, audacious goal. Any of that stuff, I throw it in there. And then a couple of weeks before the end of the year, I start categorizing those goals. And I need to have a plan. Like, okay, what do I want? So my goal this year is to get my income from social or from content to be enough that our family could live off it if we needed to. That's my goal for this year. So what are the steps? So I put, content creation, and I put the goals that I want in there. And then I put health, and I put the goals that I want in there. And I put entrepreneurship and the goals that I want in there. So I categorize them into the things that are important. Now, I don't put down how to become a master chess player, because that's not one of the categories that's important to me. I have no interest. Even my daughter's into chess right now, so I'll play it with her, but that wasn't one of my yearly goals. My yearly goals are to get better at content creation, to get healthier, to spend more time with my family, to develop my prepping even more. And I don't know, either content creation or prepping, whichever one I did mention. So those are my goals. And then I kind of organize them within that. And then that gives me something as I go through the year. I look at those goals, and if I ever have any downtime, if I'm like, shit, I'm spinning my wheels for a minute, I look at those goals and I'm like, okay, that's what I'm going to fill in. And then I have a very similar process to you, but I do 1, 3, 5. So I do the top goal for the day, 3 in between things, and then 5, small things. And I fit them all in. It helps me get the monotonous things done. So I try to put it all in that. And then at the end of the year, you can go back in my phone to 2014. And in 2014, one of my goals was to learn how to ice skate, because I'd never learned how to do that in my life. And guess what? By the end of the year, I learned how to ice skate. So I have, at this point, 9 years worth of goals that I can look back on and think, damn, I did it. So having something written down that you can look back at throughout the year, having a plan and a theme, a word of a year. This year, mine is concentrate. And then always, whenever you have some downtime, go back to those goals. Does that answer the question a bit?
Yeah, it does. In fact, I would say look at them at least once a week, even if you don't have time.
Yes, make time. You are 100%
You have to make time
correct.
for that, because otherwise you'll be like, wait, what was I supposed to do this year?
One more thing I stole from you that I learned is every evening I take this agenda my next day, and I do that for the next day. And I've managed to use this every single day since the beginning of January. Last year, 11 days was my record for days straight of using this thing before I stopped using it. So you can get better at it.
Yeah, the nightly recap is key. And I didn't realize that originally, but when I started, I was just writing how the day went, and I was like, it occurs to me that some things need to be done tomorrow while I'm writing this nightly recap. And next thing I'd know, I'd have my first 2 hours. It's like, if I get up and I do these things in this order, I'm going to own this day. And then I would. And so, yeah, I think thinking about the next day the night before is a really good habit to get into.
Absolutely. I was going to ask you, is John going to be at Self-Reliance Festival this time or no? Or
John
Pugliano, sorry. The one. Yeah, my brain's blanking.
Yes, there will be Johns there.
Yes, there'll be a few Johns. Yeah.
He is not coming to this one, but I think he has October penciled in.
Nice.
Okay. And he will be at my spring workshop in April. That's probably why he's not coming to SRF in March.
That's the reason I'm not coming to SRF in March as well. So
you couldn't just stay a month?
I could, but I'm staying 6 or 7 weeks in September and October. So I'll make up for it then,
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, guys, with that, you know who's coming up next. Tag. The audio was just a little oversaturated. I did my best to clean it up. It's still perfectly listenable, but I just wanted to warn you ahead of time. It's just a step down from the quality of all the other ones, and that was on my end, just something I did. So without further ado, let's go to Tag from Life Done Free.
Hey everybody, Tag Life Done Free. Hey, today in Starve the Beast 4, we're going to take a look at fear and how it's used on the populace. So if you're interested in how fear is used against us, come on, let's check it out. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God, and your playing small does not serve the world. I want to repeat that. Your playing small does not serve the world. Marianne Williamson. I would argue that fear is the single most powerful of all human emotions. I would challenge all of you to give me just one example of a decision you make that is not based in either pain or pleasure, just one. I would also argue that fear is a critical emotion in situations where the threat of immediate harm exists. It is also the most debilitating and dangerous emotion when presented unnecessarily. So let's take a look at how fear can be used as a tool to manipulate others and how people in positions of power can effectively use fear as a means of control. See, ever since the Industrial Revolution, humans have enjoyed great protection from the natural world. The fear of freezing to death or starving to death is a fear only a few experience in our modern world. Mankind's fear of the natural world has fallen to its lowest level in all of human history. But unfortunately, that void has been filled with other threats, some real and some imagined. Seneca said, "There are more things likely to frighten us than there are to crush us. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And see, some of these fears could certainly be imaginary, but many are the reaction to narratives created by people in charge. Governments from the very beginning have known the power of fear. When a population is consumed with fear, they are easily manipulated by anyone that promises them safety. No emotion can so effectively remove common sense and reasoning more than fear. The 18th century philosopher Edwin Burke said, "The ruling class for thousands of years have understood the power of intentionally evoking fear in their subjects as a means of social control. Initially, many times, this fear is justified by a real threat. Yet even when these threats are gone, the ruling powers maintain this fear. They know that a fearful population is easier to control. Fear creates unity in the majority, and the unity is to the advantage of the central powers because it allows the majority to pressure the minority." My message to unvaccinated Americans is this: what more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We have made vaccinations free, safe, and convenient. The vaccine is FDA approved. Over 200 million Americans have gotten at least one shot. We have been patient, but our patience is wearing thin. Joe Biden. You know, when I was going and researching all of this and was, thinking about how they turned the populace against, they turned the popular against the unpopular, or the vaccinated against the unvaccinated, I came across a headline. I don't know if you remember this, but Kiss's Gene Simmons said to the anti-vaxxers, he said, "You are the enemy." F.A. Hayek said emergencies have always been the pretext on which the safeguards of individual liberty have been eroded. See, the creation of fear in a civilization has been used by the ruling class from the times of ancient Egypt to modern day. They create the crisis and then convince the populace only they have the solution. You remember when Ocasio-Cortez said the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change? Yeah. And then they immediately introduced new legislation. George Bush said, and I know many of you remember this, this speech inspired me at the time, and I felt great patriotism, but he said, "I hear you, the world hears you, and the people that knock these buildings down will hear from all of us soon." And to an applause, he then invaded Iraq in the search for weapons of mass destruction. But you know what else we got? We got the Patriot Act and the surveillance state. H.L. Mencken said, "The whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, most of them imaginary." Even one of our founding fathers, John Adams, said fear is the foundation of most governments. There are so many examples of the ruling class effectively exploiting the population by using fear. There are many strategies they use. One of them is called false flags, and I know we've all heard this term. But by definition, a false flag is a political or military act orchestrated in such a way that it appears to have been carried out by a party that is not, in fact, responsible. The author Connor Boy said, physical attacks lead to a corresponding increase of trust in political leaders and submission to them. This effect is likely the same whether the attack be surprise, known to by the political leaders yet allowed to happen, or directly orchestrated by the same leaders who stand to benefit from the increased trust and submission. False flag operations work because the general population does not have access to the facts or details. They're reliant on what they are told by the ruling class or the media, and because it's a time of crisis, the populace will follow along because it's what we're programmed to do since kindergarten. Remember the bell? This allows the powers to capitalize on the crisis. Another example of this is repetition. This is a well-known propaganda technique where the ruling class repeats something over and over again. This allows them to perpetrate fear and normalize lies. By repeating phrases and images over and over again, the ruling class will paralyze an entire population with fear. You remember the Nazi propaganda leader Joseph Goebbels? Well, he stated that it would not be impossible to prove with sufficient repetition and psychological understanding of the people concerned that a square is in fact a circle. George Orwell said political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. With the advent of the internet, the ruling class now has the ability to install fear in the masses to an extent never seen in human history. But guys, this is also the solution for freedom-minded, self-thinking Americans. We as a people have never in history had access to more information. The philosopher Voltaire stated that those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. So you don't want to be a person convinced of lies and absurdities? We must become truth seekers. We realize that when listening to the ruling class and the media, it is our duty to question the validity of each claim. We have to understand that the ruling class may not always have our best interest at heart. Questioning these claims is our duty. None of us, in my opinion, have the ability to fix the world by ourselves. We can, however, remove the unnecessary fear that contribute to so much pain and slavery in the world. You have heard me often say that the first step to freedom is to take responsibility for your actions. But we must also take responsibility for our beliefs. Taking responsibility for your beliefs may be the single most important thing you can do in your journey to living free. Stanley Milgram said, "The disappearance of a sense of responsibility is the most far-reaching consequence of submission to authority." Now, I know some of you may be thinking, well, not us, not today. Those are the things of history. Most civilizations will not recognize the situation they're in until it's too late. So I thought I would just pull some headlines. Let's look at some COVID headlines from 2020. They said, stay home, stay safe. Don't go to the beach, right? The waves could give you COVID. Don't eat chicken or other meat because that can give you COVID. Be sure those preparing and serving your food are wearing their face shields upside down, like the dog cones, right? To keep their breath directed up because, again, this could give you COVID. Leaving your packages on the porch, don't touch them. Leave your groceries in the car. And when you take them out, wash them right away, right? Because they can give you COVID. Stay away from animals and pets. Stay away from people. Cover your faces, right? So let me get this right. We're supposed to be afraid of going out, the beach, meat, servers, packages, groceries, pets, and people. All of these items were our real headlines from 2020, and these are just a few of them. After 2 years of the scare, the true risk should be alarming. Do you think people have settled down? Have they become less scared? The constant campaign of fear from the news media and the government can only be about one thing: control. I don't know if you remember or not, but public health scientists actually encouraged Pfizer to delay the release of the COVID vaccine until after the election, which Pfizer did. So our health and our safety clearly wasn't their top priority. Which companies can be open and which cannot? How many people are allowed in a room? We were told that we must inject the thing into our bodies, and if we didn't, we were unpatriotic and one of the enemies. We were even told what freedoms we were allowed to have. We can stop the spread in 2 weeks, they said. The poke works 100%. Wait, no, it doesn't. We were told that masks works. Wait, no, they don't. Hold on. Yes, they do, but it has to be 2. They said they needed 80% to take the poke, only after saying they needed 50. The doctors and nurses are the finest America has to offer, they said, right before firing them because they wanted to say in what happened to their body. Does anyone find it interesting that now natural immunity can only be had with the poke? Now, I recognize things change, but if years and years of science have changed this much, should we be betting our health on it? There's a 1955 book out there called They Thought They Were Free, which talks to normal German citizens about why they didn't stand up to Nazism. In the book, one conversation really stood out to me, and this is what the German had to say. He said, one doesn't see exactly where or how to move. Believe me, this is true. Each act, each occasion is worse than the last, but only a little worse. You wait for the one great shocking occasion, thinking that others, when such a shock comes, will join you in resisting. Somehow, but the one great shocking occasion, when tens or hundreds of thousands will join you, never comes. That's the difficulty. If the last and worst act of the whole regime had come immediately after the first and smallest, thousands, yes, millions would have sufficiently shocked. But, of course, this isn't the way it happens. In between comes all of the hundreds of little steps, some of them impersonable, each of them preparing you not to be shocked by the next, and one day too late, your principles, if you were ever sensible of them, all rushing upon you, the burden of self-deception has grown too heavy, and some minor incident collapses it all at once, and you see that everything has changed. Now you live in a world of hate and fear, and the people who hate and fear do not even know it themselves. When everyone is transformed, no one is transformed. Do you remember a time when people lived in hate and fear? Think hard. Based on the science, what additional liberties are you willing to concede? You want to starve the beast? Take responsibility for your beliefs. Become a truth seeker, and don't live in fear. Because at the end of the day,
Boy, Tag's a speaker. We're all silent. He is something else, isn't he?
You know, it's funny. He was like, should I talk about life done free, like off-grid stuff or freedom stuff? And I'm like, go full on freedom, man.
Absolutely. That man, I could picture him in a pulpit. You know, he is something else.
That is where his heart is, I think, is the freedom stuff. So
it always, you can tell. I always say, whenever I interview somebody, what I want to find is the thing that makes their eyes sparkle. You know, when the eyes open a little more and you get that kind of crook at the mouth where you're excited, you can tell. When somebody's passionate about something, you don't even have to see their face. You can tell.
Yeah.
So you've always talked to me and mentioned to many people about the importance of setting goals, and setting goals sometimes that you don't even know how you're going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even that you don't know how you're going to get there. You don't even know the whole process. So this year I set a goal of, I wanted to speak at 5 events.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, okay, last year I spoke at 3. I know I'm sure I probably can speak at those 3, but I have no clue where 2 more events are going to come from.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
They
Anyway,
came.
yeah, I actually had to turn one down already. So
Me too.
I'm going to be at the Thrivalist Fair in May in Addy, Washington, which is awesome. I'm excited about that. Now, our next speaker is going to be John Willis from SOE. And I absolutely loved Self-Reliance Festival. To me, it blew me out. It was something special. And
Tell me why. I'm curious about that.
Sure. I think my favorite, okay, there's a few reasons. Now, I love the intimacy of living free in Tennessee because, and it was the first event I ever went to, and we met our people. But what I loved about Self-Reliance Festival was you got both ends of the spectrum. Now, when I went to Living Free in Tennessee, I knew it was our people. It's all anarchists. When I went to prepper camp, I knew who goes to prepper camp. It's more of the right wing, and that's fine. I knew that. No problem. What was really friggin' cool at Self-Reliance Festival was there was anarchists, there was some people on the right, but what I really loved was there's a bunch of people on the left as well who would identify as left. But you know what's cool? That concept of self-reliance brings us all together. And something...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, my speech last time was there are liberals among us. And everybody's like, what? And one of the people who's there who I knew was liberal, she was like, I almost screamed out, we carry guns too.
Oh, I know, right?
And then somebody came up and thanked me. And they said, because he goes to all these prepper things and it's just assumed where your political stance is. And they see the baloney too. Somebody who's willing to come to a self-reliance event sees through the crap that their party is doing.
Right.
And both parties are doing crap. So.
And what you have always taught me, and this is something I got to be honest, that took a while for me to learn, because as you go from conservative, in my case, conservative to libertarian to full-on anarcho-capitalist, you sometimes get in your head that that's the only way. But then when I listened to this lady on Living Free in Tennessee, and I realized, holy shit, it's just the important things that matter. All the rest of the shit doesn't matter. You can believe whatever you want about whatever conspiracy you want. But when it comes down to it, can we agree on a few things that more self-reliance in our life is better? And if we can agree on that, I don't give a shit about the rest. And that's what I loved about Self-Reliance Festival.
Okay, that's good to know. I just always wonder, because I work on the marketing for the event. And I'm like, why do people come? Because here's what I hear. I wasn't going to come. And then XYZ person convinced me to come. And then, holy cow, I didn't know it could be this good because I've been to all these other events that aren't.
Right.
Right. And I'm like, okay, so how do I explain that to people? And for me, what I see as the facilitator is the connections people make at Self-Reliance Festival are real and lasting. Not for everybody, right? It's not 100%, but for most people. And there's always somebody there who's like, I just feel so alone because I live in Eastern Washington and there's nobody there. And I'm like, who else is from Eastern Washington? And 2 hands go up, right?
Right.
And you're like, so you flew to Tennessee to meet the people who live 5 miles from your house and go do your thing.
But that's how these events, that is the best part. And you know what? That's the best part of today too, are them silly little connections that people make that you don't know how much that's going to make their life a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I came away from Self-Reliance, most events I go to, because I can't shut up and I need to talk to everybody and I want to hear everyone's story. But when I leave, I have got, I want to say a Rolodex. How friggin' old am I? I have a notepad file full of connections of people who have done great things, who have incredible stories, and who want to share that story. And I bring it back and I share it with the community. And I can't even, so for instance, I met Chuck Peoples at Self-Reliance Festival the last time. We had a great conversation. He came on my show. We had such a great time that he's coming back on my show, and he's going to design for me a first aid kit live during the show.
Oh,
and then I'm going to buy the first aid kit from him. So he's going to teach the process, and then I'm going to buy something from him. That's the thing that matters, right?
Yeah. I think it is.
Go ahead.
Well, because we talk about how are we going to build the counter economy? How are we going to get care if things crumble? People who didn't take the jab. I know a lot of doctors who didn't take the jab.
Sure.
Some of whom come to Self-Reliance Festival.
Yeah.
And that is the counter economy. And Self-Reliance Festival is not the only counter economy. There are other events all over the country now that are doing this, and we need to cross-pollinate them.
That's what we're doing today.
The counter economy already exists. We just are afraid to use it.
And why should we be separate from all these other communities that are out there? Let's make our connections, because the things that matter, we agree on. The things that don't matter are the things that we're told to fight about, and we don't need to. And if we can connect, oh man, all the power to us, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I think it's hard to make yourself go to events sometimes if you're an introvert.
Yes.
And I'm an introvert. I'm going to an event called Next Steps next week. that's
Okay.
totally outside of anybody. I mean, I know some people who are speaking there. Tag will be there.
Nice.
But I just took a leap of faith when I was asked to speak there and thought, this is a whole new network also interested in individual liberty, also interested in building a network of people who can work with each other, also aware that the system is broken. Why wouldn't I go?
Right.
You just go.
And what's the worst that's going to happen? You go, you don't meet anybody of any consequence, and you come home. But
Yeah.
the best thing that'll happen is you make one life-changing connection, right?
Literally never has happened to me any event I've gone to.
And it's
but
not
yeah,
going
that
to
can
happen.
happen.
That's the worst. That's the absolute worst, that you go, you meet some new people, and you're like, meh. But that's not going to happen, right? You're going to come home with at least one person you've met that's going to change your life slightly for the better. And that's what it's all about, right?
And you're going to change somebody's life for the better. That's what people don't realize.
Right.
They don't realize what they have to give, because to them, what they have to give is simple. To me, it's very simple to understand how to go from garden to table and how to go from hoof to table. And that is part of my life. And we eat delicious food here all the time. And I realized people who are now getting into homesteading are about to have a bunch of produce coming off their garden that they've never cooked from produce, right?
Right.
They don't know how to clean the broccoli. They don't know how to cook it al dente. They don't know how to spice it so it tastes good. And they don't know how to do it in a way that doesn't take them all flipping day to cook it, which it does not have to.
And so you get to bless people with that.
Yeah. So then I'll share. And I'm like, this is second nature to me. I've been doing it for 15 years. Oh, maybe I could actually step back and say, what are some of the, break it into 10 skills. What are the 10 things you should learn how to do first? Right.
When we come back, John Willis is the next segment. I'm super excited. And of course, if you're offended by F-bombs, you probably shouldn't have been here to begin with. But when we come back, Nicole, I want to ask you a bit about that concept, because as content creators, sometimes we think we shouldn't revisit a subject because we've already taught on it. So when we come back, you and I will discuss that a little bit.
Okay, that's a good one.
Cool. All right. So with that, I'm just going to say it. John Willis from motherfucking SOE Tech. It's coming up. Let's get it out of the way now, because I guarantee it's in there. So with that, let's
Made
hear
in
what John
motherfucking USA, man.
Amen.
They want you to put the little fucking stick horse between your legs and hop around like you're pretending to ride a fucking horse so that you can be in their club. So I saw a comment and it said a tale of two commenters. This is from my friend Evan. I posted about doing a 2-day radio operator course in Camden and Ocala, Florida, at a tactical comms group on Facebook. I had lots of likes and only 2 commenters. The first bulked at the $500 price tag and gave a lengthy resume of how much more he has learned by being in a ham club for $30 a year. As I like to do, I engaged him with assertiveness and wit, but was not nasty. Here's the contrast. This is the important part. The second asked if I'd be willing to offer a course in Georgia. He even followed up with an email, had already secured a location to host the class, and was more concerned about the maximum number of students I'd accept than the price. He wasn't worried about the price. The one dude isn't coming and is mad about the price. The second guy didn't even question the price and is concerned with how many bodies I can stuff in this location and how many can you handle. And that's it exactly, right? Because the guy taking issue with something you did on social media, he's never more successful than you. This dude taking issue with the $500 price tag and says he gets more for his 30. I've gained more by being in a $30 ham club. That's awesome. I am super glad that you get to go around some nerds. I guarantee there's not a fucking woman in the club. And if she is, she belongs to one of them dudes. And that's the case, right? The dude taking issue, that motherfucker, he's obviously not teaching a class for $500. He's obviously not busy teaching classes since he has time to be on Evan's group. And that's always the deal. The motherfucker that's talking shit to you, he can't ever demonstrate that he's done what he takes issue with. Evan takes nothing away. If this dude is so great at doing what he's doing, he should, and he's upset at the $500 price, he should be more than fucking happy that the $500 price is where it's at and that Evan doesn't lower the price. Because this motherfucker could easily pick up all those little fucking snotty bitches who are worried about the 500. You should go out and do $100, but you said $30, right? You should do some $30 classes and see how the fuck that goes for you. Not only does Evan not live in Georgia, not only does he not live in Camden, not only does he not live in Florida, he's going to drive, he's going to get lodging, and he's going to do all of the things he has to do to get here to teach. But here's what they're mad about, right? They want you to join the club. They want you to jump through they want you to put the little fucking stick horse between your legs and hop around like you're pretending to ride a fucking horse so that you can be in their club when they already don't like you. In the ham radio world, there are more people telling on each other than helping each other. And that's not factual, but the one squealing the loudest is because you didn't sit down and do their license thing. And you don't have to have a license to buy a ham radio. You have to have a license to key up and use a ham radio, especially if you want the full benefit of these handy talkies, because you can ping repeaters, and the repeaters way up there and boost the signal out, and you can talk further than the handy talkie will talk. A handy talkie is typically 4.5 watts. They call them 5, but they're 4.5 on the out, right? Because you have that thing close to that's what they say is safe. Although I have seen some come out recently that are 8 watts. I would assume those are not supposed to be as safe based on what they've said forever. Evan is like, hey, he came to me several self-reliance festivals ago and said, I'm going to start a business. And I said, no, you're not. He said, oh yeah, I'll show you. I go, no, you won't. He goes, yes, I will. I double dog dare you. And he started this business. I said, what are you going to do? And he said, I'm going to sell these radios that everybody buys for $35. I go, are you going to sell good ones also? Not that the Baofeng doesn't work, but there's dudes that buy 12 Baofengs for all their friends when they're doing whatever they're doing. And there's always a couple in the batch that don't work. Whereas if you buy a Yaesu VX5R, VX6R, VX7R, even though the 7 and the 5 don't seem to exist, you're only going to buy a VX6R. Yes, he's selling those too. So he will provide your radio for you and your 12 asshole friends that won't go get the license, so they're not really going to practice, right? A lot of us prepper guys, a lot of us self-reliance guys, we're good at amassing things. We're not the best at exercising and using those things all the time. So what Evan did is he said, I'll get your radios, I'll sync them into your area, I'll make them work with your local area comm so you can monitor some things if you have to. And in an emergency, you can key up and you don't have to have a license. And that's what they're mad about. They jumped through some hoops that you're not going to. You're going to buy these radios, and he's going to provide everything you need to operate legally. And there might even be some things on the market someplace that are not legal, but it doesn't matter in the state of an emergency. If you have an emergency to save life and limb, and I believe property, I'm not even sure, it's super easy to get a ham radio license. If you study online, free online study guide for ham radio, you take the test, it'll take you about 10 minutes a night. If you took the test for 30 days, you will be ready to pass the test. It even tells you what answers. It's a pool of 4 answers. You get the right ones. It shows you the right ones. It says, these are the wrong ones, gives you the answer. There's a pool. There's a body of 3 tests. If you know these answers, you will pass the test. That aside, Evan will provide you handy talkies, a base station, boosters, antennas, portable relays, portable, what did I say those things were up there? Portable repeaters. And he has this turnkey thing. And he has all the stuff to take these radios and patch them into tactical communication gear, all your headphones with your hearing amplification and noise canceling stuff. You can plug those in, push to talk, weatherized, ruggedized, and you'll look fucking super cool if you're into that kind of thing. And that's the thing. Some rando, when you click on his shit, lo and behold, he hasn't published any fucking videos of his own, but he's here taking issue with what Evan says. And Evan, who's been in business, what did he say? October, November, December. I think he said he did what? $25,000. He said his goal is $120,000 for this next year. I personally think that's really low. I think that he will blow right past that. I've seen him come in. I've seen him sell. Every time he's been here, he has sold out of everything he has. Before he even came set up as Radio Made Easy, that's the name of his company, Radio Made Easy. Before he came in set up as Radio Made Easy, he had inventory. And when we started talking about him on our YouTube lives and our Facebook group, he sold out of everything. He didn't have inventory. We weren't even sure he could get inventory to come to the event. He got a resupply, came out. This last time he was here, he had a booth set up. Now he's got even a bigger booth set up. He's going to other events. Now he's going to the East Coast as well, or the extreme East Coast. Just remember, the guy taking issue with what you've done, He hasn't done it. And if he was successful people don't talk shit down. They don't. Successful people will talk shit to people who are their friends in their circle, but they're never going to talk shit to somebody who's trying to make something happen. And if that dude, well, maybe he's his friend. Well, then he wouldn't have done it publicly. He would have reached around through back channels and been like, hey, have you thought about this? Or have you tried this? Fuck those guys. Don't worry about it. And if that's and it's not a concern to Evan, I guarantee Evan has took this dude's name and made a discount code for our friends and family. And it's, I don't know what the code would be, but I've seen him do it in the past. He does what I used to do. He does what I still do sometimes. I really just don't have time for it, but it's smart when you're starting your business because it rallies the troops. We used to make you actually tag the dude. You would use his name to get the code and you had to tag him on social media. Dudes all the time had to turn their social medias off. And now they call it bullying and harassing. So you get your page locked over it. So don't ever worry about that. And if that's your excuse for not starting a business, you aren't going to start a business anyways. You don't know this dude. You don't care about this dude. He doesn't know you. And the important thing is to remember, he's not doing any fucking thing. If you're waiting on somebody else to tell you what to do, you're not going to like what they are telling you to do. So live your life on your terms. Have a plan. If you don't have a plan, pretend you have a plan. Your plan can evolve. Your plan can change. You might start a business right at that 12 o'clock arrow, right? The second hand is right there. And you're going and you're going and you're going and you meet somebody and they give you opportunity. And your business might be almost identical, but it's 1 degree of separation. It's 1 second, right? And a mile down the road, you still see each other. But 5 miles down the road, it's a complete different thing. Opportunity will present itself when you move. When you move, people will take notice. When you perform, people will see that and bigger, better doors will open. There's always another level, and you don't know that that level exists until you get invited into it. And you're doing all these things, and once you're offered something better, none of that shit mattered anymore. But if you hadn't done that to the peak of your performance, you never would have been invited to the next level. We spend a lot of time stepping over dollars to pick up dimes. We like these new ventures and these flashy things and these challenges. Start this new business, right? What does it matter if you have 10 businesses if they're only making a few $100s, right? You could really become the best at your craft and put 5 years into that and make so much more money than if you'd have put a lot of time into a bunch of little things that don't make any money. Figure out what it is you want to do, be the best at that, and people will pay you for that. Usually when we start a business, we look at what we perceive to be competitors and we don't believe in ourselves and our craft, so we charge less. And we point those other competitors out and we go, hey, I build this thing just like this company, but I'm going to charge you half as much. That's why you should come to me. You don't want to be that guy. Don't even speak the other competitor's name. If they're there for you, they already know what they want and they probably know about your competitor. Show them why your stuff is the best. You don't even have to compare it to anybody else. Tell them, educate them why yours is the best. If you are comfortable with your price, you're not charging enough. You can always creep it back a little bit if it doesn't sell. You can run a promotion, give them something else. You could even do a discount if you had to get it to move. But you're starting out. People are going to pay you to build something. And when you perform, they're going to be so happy, they're going to send you 2 more customers. You don't have to have inventory sitting around, but you better have a plan, because if you don't have a plan, somebody else has a plan for you and they don't think very much of you. They're going to utilize you and they are not going to pick you up to the level you could. Nobody's going to do for you what you will do for yourself. So build your life in your favor and think, even though if you're a young dude right now and you're like, I'm not having kids, that could change at any time. You could be the lever that changes the entire direction of your family. Operate in that manner right now with that in mind, generational wealth. Not only what will your kids have, what will your grandkids have? You can be the person in history that puts your family's name on the map. But if you don't maneuver and operate in that manner, you will not be that person, ever. It won't happen. Think about that now. Had I moved at age 20 the way I move at age 50, We would be so much further right now by the time I hit 25 or 30. But I'm 50. I moved more from 45 to 50 than all of the other years. If I could go back in history, people are always like, who would you want to talk to in history? I'd go back and talk to me at 20 and go, stop doing all the stupid shit. Stop spending money on stupid shit because you don't have any of it. None of it matters. It's all still sitting here. It doesn't matter. Put the time into business, buckle down, put all of your money into business. You don't do anything. Nothing is important in your life other than business. But what about my girlfriend? If she won't be involved in your business, you don't need her. Build the future. If she's not willing to build with you, she's not going to be there in the future. If she's not willing to struggle, sleep on the floor of the shop, live in the car, if she's not willing to do that, she's not the one. Struggle, put everything into the business for the first 5 years. If you do that, and I know guys are like, but I have kids. My kids were in my business all the time. My children never went to a babysitter. Ever. They were with us 24 hours a day, other than being at school. Some of them were with us 24 hours a day, right? If you do that for 5 years, everything back into the business, it's the difference between making millions of dollars and hoping to one day make $100,000. Suck it up, buckle down, 5 years. You can put other things that you enjoy doing into your business. You just have to figure out how you do that. You want a razor? Fine. Build products for the razor. Use the razor as a tax write-off, right? You have to make money to have a tax write-off, though. If you're writing off against, if you're taking a $30,000 razor to cut back 30% of your taxes, you have to have made the money for the razor, right? You have to understand how taxes work. You can become a tax guy. You can watch some YouTube and get some good information on taxes. Don't be the tax guy. Do what you love doing and make enough money to pay the tax guy. Every dollar, just get this habit in place right from the beginning. Every dollar, yes, taxation is theft. Every kind of taxation is theft. But how do they catch all the big mastermind criminals? They catch them on taxes. Set up an account in your bank. When you set up a bank account, set up another account. You can call it theft. You can call it IRS. You can call it whatever. 33 cents of every dollar. You can do it every day. You can do it every week. You can even set your account up to where it does it. 33 cents of every dollar goes into that account. When it comes time to pay taxes, you will always have your money. You will always get some of that money back.
So I tell you, there's not somebody out there. John, I mean, that man can include more motivation in a 15-minute speech, 15-minute presentation, more F-bombs as well. And it works. I love it.
Jack has given him a run for the money before.
Oh, I could if I wanted to, but I got on a roll at SRF. But I wanted to show this. I changed my shirts. It says, when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. And when I met John at SRF in person for the first time, we'd had a few conversations, and I asked him, I said, John, why are you helping me? Why are you what made you decide that I was worthy or worth you putting a little energy into? And he said, you know what, Tim? He said, you know how many people I tell or suggest things that will make their business or content better? And do you know how many of them actually listen? He said, almost none. But every time we've talked and I've mentioned something to you, you've taken it and ran with it. So John was good enough to do some promotion for me. He sends me shirts. For whatever reason, the man just said, hey, I'm going to help you out, Tim. And what a dude he is. Like, I fucking love that man. He's great.
Yeah, a lot of people have a problem with him.
That's too bad.
Because they don't see him.
Right.
It's like, well, he's not going to beat around the bush, and he's not going to hold your hand, and he's not going to make nice when it's not nice. But he's going to tell you how he sees it. You may or may not agree, and he doesn't care. But what he's going to tell you is worth listening to.
Yep.
And decide what you're going to do with it. That's the thing. I don't know. It's funny. I listened to that, and the delivery on that whole segment started by posing a problem. And I don't know if this was partially your editing. Then he told a story.
Right.
A story with a lot of adversity where the person ended up successful in the end. That person is doing our communications at Self-Reliance Festival, by the way.
Yeah,
so that
awesome.
Yeah, so that we can event staff actually doesn't have to just run all over the place like we always are looking for the other people. But the thing I heard when he told that story, because he has it distilled to all of the core elements of a story, right? He's happy to be able to tell that story because some dude told him he was going to start a business, and John's like, no, you're not.
You can tell he's such a smart ass about it.
Yeah, and it's like the best payday for somebody like John or somebody that empowers people is when somebody really does.
100%.
Yeah. And so he's so proud of that dude. He featured him in his YouTube channel.
Yes. And he is. And that legit, right? And how many people has he motivated or attempted to motivate that have just walked away and said, fuck that guy. I'm not, whatever. It's too hard. But Evan, went balls to the wall and did it. So, So I was going to ask you something. Why don't we play Paul Wheaton's segment? I'm going to be mean and tease people, but let's play Paul Wheaton's segment. Then we'll come back and we'll talk about how the importance of coming around and teaching things one more time. And then we'll do a close up. How's that sound?
That's perfect.
All right. So with that, guys, we're going to close out the show, the last recorded segment. Who would have thought? Number one, we got Paul Wheaton. Number two, we have a TED Talk, all wrapped up in one. So with that, let's hear from Paul Wheaton.
So I have a background in engineering, would go to the office, would share my thoughts on pollution and work, kind of icky, and other people like, yeah. They should do something about that. So we would all talk about what they should do. And after a while, we bonded. Outside of that bonding, there wasn't much that was really accomplished. So I would go home and conduct experiments, just little things I could do at home. And I know that pollution and war are dominantly the problem of energy. And so if I could just reduce my own personal energy needs, I'd be doing my own little thing. I'd be making a difference. It'd be a small difference, but it'd be a difference. So I would fiddle and tinker, and then I would go back and I would tell my friends all about, hey, here's the thing that I tried. And I found that our bond was eroding, that now I've kind of become a weirdo. So I'm going to start off with my first story, and that is the ultimate energy-saving technique. And this is actually a story of a red herring. So I came up with these things, and I thought, these are dramatic, these are huge. If more people knew about them, it would make a bigger difference. All I have to do is convey the information from me to them. And I had resistance because I would try to present my ideas, and this is what I would hear back. No! Tell me not of your foolish, simple things, because I have implemented the ultimate energy-saving contraption, buying light bulbs. I'm done. I don't need to hear anymore. I've covered everything that I need to do about saving energy is done. So the extra pain came from, once again, my power company sent me my bill, and with the bill, again, was this newsletter. And the newsletter had this thing about how the best return on investment to save energy is to buy the light bulbs. But hey, we're going to make this ROI even better. We're going to make the light bulbs free. Again, I mean, I know they were free last month and the month before that, but we'll give you 50 if you need them. So I got really upset, and so I started to really kind of kick in and do a lot of work, more research, more articles. I'm going to really kind of prove my point. I'm starting my own experiments. I'm proving longevity. I'm doing experiments on the luminosity, and I'm showing that these fluorescent light bulbs are terrible, that they don't save energy most of the time. There's a rare instance when they might. But I mean, this was stuff from 25, 30 years ago. We knew that they kind of were lame. And now it's kind of like this profound thing. Oh, they're the amazing thing. So I've shown that they actually cost more, use more energy. And that's the end of that story. I told you it was half a story. There was a half a story coming up. That was the half a story. So now we're going to, you're going to have to wait for the movie to come out. I hope that they'll make it in a big Hollywood production. I do think it's an epic story. It'll be worthy of Hollywood. And maybe what they'll do is they'll put me in the movie, and the part of me will be played by Pee Wee Herman. So I want to remind you that Mark Twain once said that there are 3 kinds of lies. There's lies, damned lies, and statistics. So when we look at how much electricity is being used by the United States, it does look like that light bulbs thing. Ooh, that's a big one. We better put a lot of focus in on that. And I do think that there's things that we can do in that space. It's just not those light bulbs. And when you look at this, it's kind of like, well, wait, heat is just such a tiny thing. It's like not worth really fiddling with until we get the light thing figured out. But there's this next piece. And that is, it turns out that electricity is just a small slice of the pie. And that whole thing about the light bulbs is even a tiny slice within that. It's a single little teeny itty bitty sliver of the entire pie when we're heating with all these things like natural gas and propane, etc. Heat is more than half. So if we're going to solve this problem, make a better world, let's focus on the heat. There are 3 kinds of heat. So let's get our heads wrapped around those to move on to the next things about how we're going to solve these problems and get to our next 3 stories. First, there is convective heat. This is where we heat the air and the air heats us, keeps us warm and toasty. This is the least efficient form of heat. This is also the most common form of heat in America. The next kind is radiant heat. This is where we have line of sight with a heat source. We can feel the heat. And so, but our backs are cold, so we kind of rotate. We do the rotisserie thing. Ooh, now I can feel it. Okay, that's working for me. Maybe you have multiple radiant heat sources. That'll work out all right. But this is a relatively efficient form of heat. Great examples are the sun. Sometimes people use that. Or a campfire. You know, you're always doing, rotating yourself at the campfire. Ooh, now this part's cold, now this part's cold. Campfire puts out radiant heat. The most efficient form of heat is conductive heat. It doesn't need to be a hot thing. It can be a warm thing. And all you have to do is touch it. And you feel the heat, and it actually warms you more efficiently than either the other 2 kinds of heat. Now we're on to story number 2. How I cut 87% off of my electric heat bill. Now, I started off in the same place that I think everybody starts off, in that it's like rather than heating the entire house, I'm going to heat just me, and I'm going to put a little electric heater at my feet. But the problem is that not only does that heater use 1,500 watts, which is a lot, but it's actually cooking and frying my shins while my fingers and my face are freezing. I call this experiment a failure. This next experiment was a great success. We went from 1,500 watts to 235 watts of micro heaters. So I had a dog bed at my feet. This is a heated dog bed. I had reptile heaters at my hands. And I had a heat lamp above me, glowing down at me. Radiant heat, thank you. 235 watts. And here you can kind of see what those reptile heaters look like hovering over your hands. Great success. 235 watts, I was perfectly comfortable. And I experimented with turning the temperature in the entire house up and down. Typically, I would keep it at about 50, but I did a lot of experimenting at 42. I did a few days at 37, and I was still very warm, very comfortable. Granted, getting up from the desk to go pee was an uncomfortable experience. But I'm thinking like a lot of people might try 60 or 55 and see how they feel about it. And then here we are at where we got to be the most optimal. So in this particular example, the woman that you can see in this picture, you will note that she does not have the organic layer of insulation that I sport. She is dressed rather normally. She's not wearing a parka. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we've got a thermometer down there next to those books. And I would point, but they've got, over there, they've got a thermometer. That thermometer reads 50 degrees. And so, like most of us, she would not be comfortable there, but we've got these micro heaters activated. So 50 degrees, and then, come on. Oh yeah, here we go. So we've got a heated keyboard. This is an optimized scenario. We went from 235 watts down to 82.5 watts and still comfortable. So here we've got a heated keyboard, a heated mouse, the dog bed heater, which is at her feet, and the star of this show, a standard 40-watt incandescent light bulb, now illegal in the United States. How many people knew that it was illegal? Oh, not very many. Yeah, our government decided that you guys are too stupid to make this decision on your own, and so we're just going to yoink, take these away. Shame on you for thinking about using these instead of the CFLs. All right. The important thing is, oh, and then here we've got a slide where we're showing that we turned all the devices off. She was able to go 3 minutes and 10 seconds until her fingers were like jamming up because it's so cold in there. And the purpose of this test was just my own personal comedy needs. Plus, to give you an idea of like, okay, let's say you're going to get up and do this. How long do you have to go pee? You've got 3 minutes and 10 seconds until you're like too cold. Next slide, please. One more. So I want to point out that the star of the show was that banned incandescent light bulb, which, by the way, I believe that in these tests and in many tests, many people have repeated this experiment and had great success. But for me, it saved me $900 in electricity. And this is not the kind of test that I counted in my earlier story. So, oh, and then by the way, in Montana, there's this bizarre thing that happens every winter. It kind of gets dark. It's like where our days are only like, what, 8 hours long or so? So it's dark and cold. Ooh, dark and cold at the same time. And so the crazy thing is that when we turn on this light, it gives us not only light, but it also gives us an efficient form of heat, radiant heat, more efficient than an electric baseboard heater. Next slide, please. Okay, next story. The stationary rocket. I am now going to talk about the thing I'm asked the most questions about of all time. And I've got hundreds of topics we talk about, but this is the all-time winner. The rocket mass heater. People who have used a conventional wood stove and switched to a rocket mass heater have reported that they are heating their homes with 1/10 the wood. Now, you would think that you would also have 1/10 the smoke, another important thing in Montana, but we're actually seeing results closer to 1/100th the smoke, or 1/1000th of the smoke. We use the smoke as a fuel in this. Next slide, please. I'm sure that people who have used wood for heat in the past are familiar with the story that you've got to be aware that if you ever hear a sound like a rocket or a jet engine in your house, run! Get out of bed! You have a chimney fire. So you have something going on in your chimney. The creosote has accumulated in your chimney and ignited. And now it's going to burn down your house. Get out immediately. Then, while you're standing outside in the snow, in your bare feet, in your pajamas, you can ponder and think, wow, this is awkward. I didn't plan for this. You know, instead of burning down my house, it would have been really convenient if they took all that creosote and all that flame stuff and everything, and that could have heated me through the winter instead of burning my house down. I'm against it. So this is what we try to do with the rocket mass heater, is we try to create a chimney fire every burn. We have an insulated riser, we call it. It's like a squat chimney, but it's going to superheat. Rather than taking the flames and immediately trying to get the heat out of it, instead what we do is we try to direct the flames into a super insulated space and make them even hotter, 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 hotter. I mean, it's not going anywhere. If the heat leaks out, it's coming into the house. So hotter, 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 and then we get this thermosiphon going, that rocket, and we're shooting all of that exhaust up, and it's pulling the air in through the wood feed. The fire burns sideways, the exhaust goes up, it hits the top of that surface and starts expelling all of this heat. We get a whole bunch of radiant heat from the bell that goes over our little micro chimney, and then we collect whatever's left over, and rather than routing it out through the roof at 300 to 600 degrees, which is typical for a conventional wood stove. We're going to instead route it through a mass. And we're going to make it run back and forth and all over the place before it goes out the wall. And the idea is that now we have exhaust going out the wall that is almost pure carbon dioxide and steam. Very clean, almost room temperature, as opposed to that stuff that goes out the roof at 300 to 600 degrees. Next slide, please. So that bench that you see in this drawing, that's where that exhaust is routing through that. That bench is getting warmed. You'll run a fire for maybe half an hour to an hour one evening, and that bench will continue to radiate heat for days. So instead of having to be the one that gets up in that super cold house in the morning to start the fire, it's already warm. That bench has been radiating heat all night long. It's very comfortable in your home. If you touch it, it might still be a little too hot to touch. Put a cushion on it, sit on the cushion instead. Maybe in the afternoon you can sit directly on the bench. Maybe it'll cool enough by then. Click, click, click. Oh no, you gotta go back one. All right, here's the exhaust. We did this in Missoula a few years ago, where we did a demonstration of a rocket mass heater. And this is with a fire actively burning, just blazing. Because you can only burn rocket mass heaters at one temperature. You know what I mean when I say that? Do you know how to spell that? For those of you taking notes? All right. Okay, you got to notice a couple things. First of all, you'll notice that there's not a bunch of smoke blowing up into her face, and she's not doing, she's not doing that. And you'll notice that the skin on her face is not burning away and peeling off. Important things to note. So she's actually breathing it in, and she's saying, well, I can smell a smoke smell, but there's no smoke. Very clean. Next slide, please. Here's one where instead of using a barrel, we tend to use barrels in these things because they're in the waste stream, but you don't have to. This is a slide where somebody used a barrel, and they're also trying to extract heat from it to take a bath. If you can, I recently bought land last summer, and I refer to this big chunk of land as Wheaton Laboratories. You know, I kind of think, you know, Bill Nye, the science guy, he had Nye Laboratories. So we've got gobs of experiments going on. And in this one experiment, we have a couple living in a teepee with a rocket mass heater. The purpose of the experiment is at the end of the winter, we're going to say, so, how'd it go? Here we go. Comfy? Current reports are that they're doing fine. This particular picture, it's like they weren't wearing parkas and stuff. They're just feeling the heat from the wood stove. Next slide, please. Okay, this could be the cleanest and most sustainable way to heat a conventional home. I can't think of anything better. Now, we can start talking about passive solar, but now you've just modified a conventional home. And as long as we're going to modify a conventional home, I have something better. I can do better than passive solar. Why not take the heat from the summer and use that to heat your home through the winter? John Haidt did it in Missoula. He built a couple of houses down in Missoula. Requires no heat. Just uses the heat from the summer to take them all the way through the winter. Very simple. Now, it starts with the idea that we all know, hey, let's build an earth berm house. Because when you go down deep enough in the soil in Montana, it's a constant 54 degrees. And so if you build your earth berm home down there, then in theory, it's going to stay at 54. The coldest is going to get to 54 degrees. So you put a little something in there to heat your home, but it's not as much of a struggle. You only have to heat from 54 to 72, which is much, much better than trying to heat from, say, 20 to 72. So you get this easy peasy heating bill. But John Haidt wanted to take it a step further. He wanted to set the temperature of the earth berm, and he succeeded. So we've heard a lot of talks today about fail and fail and fail, and then you succeed. And so he did. He tried lots of things, and then he found a success. This was his huge success. This home here that we've got one of in Missoula, and I think he's built a few others, and I get the impression that there are thousands of these in existence today, cost about the same as a conventional home. I kind of like the idea of, can we come up with something that might cost a tiny fraction of a conventional home? Most of our eco homes or alternative buildings, homes that offer great advantages generally come at a price tag that's higher than a conventional home, especially if you factor in the labor. So I go over the hill here to Bonners Ferry, Idaho, and we visit with Mike Ayler. He's the author of the $50 and Up Underground House book. And this is a clip from a video that I took a couple of years ago when his house, that $50 house, was nearly 40 years old. So now it's past 40 and it's still standing strong. You'd think for 50 bucks, it'd be made out of cardboard and, you know, decomposed in the very first rain. But it's very sturdy, excellent engineering, a lot of amazing innovations. I could easily spend a huge amount of time talking about that, but I'm going to move on. Here is a design of a home that I call the Don't Do This. And here is his first innovation. Bing, fixed. So with the Don't Do This house, well, the water built up behind it and made a big water disaster. Now that's been repaired. And then we add in John Haight's work, and we have something that I've called a wafati, an above ground home that looks like a log cabin on the inside, and it's invisible on the outside. By invisible, I mean it looks like the hillside. Trees and shrubs and everything's the same. But you've got lots and lots of windows, and it's got more light than your conventional log cabin. Next slide. I want to point out that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of things like this. This is 4. And I call these things bricks. And the thing I've been working with for maybe 15 years now is, rather than being angry at bad guys, I'm trying to build a better world one brick at a time. So far, we've shared these bricks as of today with 35 million people. So I believe we really are making a difference. Thank you. Live large!
And guys, I hope you enjoyed that from Paul Wheaton. That dude can talk.
Yes.
How else do you put it? I mean, he's eccentric in the best of ways. He knows all the shit about all the shit. It's wonderful. He is an all-around good dude.
Well, he just knows a lot of things and he connects them like a good permaculturist, right? It's
And
connections.
Story.
And he can tell a story, and he has a good sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
So all of that in the package when he's presenting is good. Plus, he puts his money where his mouth is. He's actually doing the work.
Right. If you guys could see the video, it's pretty funny. It's nice because it's just Paul. He gets up there in his, jean overalls, and he is on stage. He looks like he just literally walked out of the farm, and he probably did. And he's there, speaking to that crowd. But he's a special guy. I could listen to that man talk all day long.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask you, Nicole. So going back to last summer, of course, because I've built my side hustle, which is now a full-time venture. And I was out mowing, and I was listening to an episode of Living Free in Tennessee, and it changed the way I thought about things. I couldn't tell you what episode it was, but you mentioned the idea of how it's important because our audience, our community is always growing. And you mentioned the importance of revisiting topics that maybe you've taught about. And that's the thing. And we talked about earlier about how to find content or how to constantly come up with new ideas. And it opened my mind a bit because I always thought I shouldn't go back and revisit those topics. And then you said something to the extent of, well, there's always new people coming in and you're not the same person and your audience aren't the same people they were a year ago when you covered that. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I do this every so often. I'll go back to the basics and I will talk about food preservation, how to grow food, how to plan your life. Canning, I guess, is one that comes up over other homestead things, how to take care of chickens. And I was probably 4 years or 5 years in when I was like, do I really need to talk about how to pickle beets again? I haven't done that in a while. I probably should do that. And I thought, the people who have listened to me a long time, when I talk to them about how to pickle beets, they're going to be like, oh yeah, she shared that recipe that one time. Reminder, I'm going to go try that recipe. The ones who are judgmental and not supportive already left before I ever got to repeating it. And the new people just found themselves in a garden with beets. And they're like, what do I do with the beets? Because I can't eat all the beets. And now what do I do with the beets? And pickled beets are delicious. So I think when you have some basic premises that you're teaching or tenets that you follow, or even you've done a series of, like my 3 things, I've done that series 3 times now. Every time I do it, people are like, mind blown. I'm like, I know you were listening 2 years ago when I did the My 3 Things series, but mind wasn't ready yet. Mind had other things going on. And so I think that it's okay to cover the same things again. You don't want to do it every week, but from time to time, it's seasonal, the life we live here.
Yeah.
It's time to talk about how to do seedlings again.
That's important.
I've probably covered that 5 times.
You expanded the amount of content that I could create just from that one episode. And it meant a lot to me because it's funny you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I needed to hear at that moment. I might not have been ready for it 6 months or a year before, but all of a sudden I'm like, well, shit, there's a bunch of things that I've covered over the last 3 years. And I always joked that when I first started, the only people listening were my mom, my wife, and my kids. Well, guess what? All those other listeners weren't there. So it's time to recover that kind of stuff. So,
and it's the rare person that's like, I'm going to go listen to episode 1 and follow all the way through.
Sure. And you get that. I had one over the last couple of months. It was great because I was getting comments on all these over on Fountain, all these old episodes. I'm like, I love you. Thank you so much.
Well, I've limited my RSS feed to, I think, 100 or 200 episodes.
Okay.
And so the old stuff won't come onto your podcatcher unless you make it.
Oh.
And I did that because if somebody suddenly downloads all my episodes, it could be a huge data bomb. So
that's a good point. I never thought of that. Maybe I'll have to look at that.
Yeah, I learned that from Jack Spirko because he has thousands of episodes. And it was like,
sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I just learned that from you, who have going on 600 episodes now. 7. Jesus. See, and I just topped 250.
I hit 700. I was like, and so I'm number dyslexic, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So numbers sometimes just kind of move around for me. So there I am, episode 700, nice easy round number, and I say like some random number. It's like 663.
Sorry.
I just totally said a different number. And then I got, it was a good episode too. And I finished recording it and I was like, this is episode, in the comments, I'm like, this is really episode 700. I didn't get to celebrate it at all.
That's just the way I get it. It's all right.
I think I was like 20 episodes off. It was completely just, I don't know where the number came from.
Well, I wrote my notes the other night. Becky and I did a show together, and I just about read off that it was episode 555. It was 255. I don't know where the hell the 500 came from. So I'm like, apparently I'm being optimistic,
Yeah, you'll get there.
I will. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So first off, thanks, Nicole, for going on this journey with me. This was fun.
Thanks for putting all that work in. Tim did most of the editing.
Whatever. It was fun. It was great. This was perfect. I mean, and we only went 15 minutes over, which is way better than I expected. So, yeah. But just a few things that I noticed. One thing, Brian from Lots Project mentioned that he made a connection with Jester on the Clapper app because of Jester's thing today. I sent an email so that Carrie Brown and Jester could meet up and connect. I sent an email to you so that you and James from Prepper Broadcast Network could meet up. We talked about the possibility of there being some sort of Airbnb hip camp thing for freedom-minded folk. I didn't even think this would turn into this, and here we are, all these friggin' connections. How great was that?
I think it was great, and that's what this is for.
Yes.
I want to see us 10x it next time. I want, there can be more of that. We don't even know what's happening with the people in the chat, but they may be making their own connections, but I think that is the purpose of this because, and this is something I learned from CrossFit is CrossFit, they have their gyms and they do what their gyms do. And there are other brands that do other things. And this whole thing is like a pie and your niche is a slice of the pie. And you have 2 ways to grow. You can have a bigger slice or you can make a bigger pie. I choose to make a bigger pie.
Every time.
Yeah. Because then everybody gets a bigger piece.
Right. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah. And that is the attitude. So I like some friendly competition. Don't get me wrong. We have some fun with that, but that's different. That's totally different than other things. So I think as I listen to this, I think more than half the people who provided content today, I knew before they were content creators.
How freaking cool is that?
Isn't that weird? Not counting the Jack Spirkos of the lineup. It was like, wait, I knew that person when they were like, I don't know if I should start a podcast. Or
I'd maybe like to,
yeah. And look how far they've come.
I had Brian on my show from the Lots Project.
Yeah.
Back before he started making content, and we chatted quite a bit. You know how kind of you get the green room before and after your interview, and you sit and chat for a little bit. Well, we chatted, and he said, I think I'm going to start a podcast. And now he has more episodes out than I do. Like, how freaking cool is that? I love it.
Yeah. What's also fun to me is go listen to the first episode.
Yeah.
Go listen to my first episode and listen to me now. So when you do your first episode and you're like, wow, that's awkward. It's like, yeah, we're all awkward on episode 1. Go listen to Jack's first episode.
Screaming at somebody on the highway in his Jetta, right?
I actually haven't listened to it, but yes. But
yeah.
It's life is a progress, and you take one step at a time and you get better as you go. And the best way to get better is to keep doing the things. Keep doing the things. And to John Pugliano's point, do the things that you love to do. If you're going to do a hobby, you don't have to be good at it, but you have to love doing it. He loves Morse code, even though he's not great at it. When you find something you're good at, though, do more of that.
100%.
And part of why I asked you what you thought your secret sauce was is, are you doing your secret sauce as a living now?
You want to believe I am?
Yeah. Were you 10 years ago?
I wasn't 5 years ago.
Right. When you find your secret sauce, then you start going, okay, what can I do with my sauce?
And you know how friggin' fun that is?
Yeah.
Every single morning I get up and I think, you know what? I can do whatever I want to do today within reason. And I fucking love it. That's all there is to it. You couldn't be any happier, right?
Yeah.
And because you're doing what you were put on this planet, no matter what you believe, you were doing what you were put on this planet to do. And when you do that, boy, it's pretty friggin' easy.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
So guys, I got to say thank you. This was fun. I said, thanks Nicole for doing this. I would like to do this for now about once every quarter, maybe every 3 months, because it's a lot of work in a good sense. So I put up a link on my site, toolmantim.co/workshop radio. Jester has already signed up for the next one. So we've got 12 spots. I'm going to be anal about the next one. I think we should be very anal about 15-minute segments, period. That's it. So that way we can get 12 segments in. I fucking love the talk radio format. There's something special about it. I opened up the other night for my 250th episode. I opened up and did a live call-in show like Art Bell from Coast. And I loved it. I hope I can turn that into a monthly thing. But there's something fresh and fun about this. And we get to spotlight all these disparate communities that we can bring together, and look how many connect. And like you said, we'll 10x it by next time. We topped out at 33 live listeners today. Next time, if we're not at least at 65, I will be sad. I think I will cry and maybe a baby puppy will die. I don't know what will happen, but it won't.
Yeah, we don't want baby puppies dying. So invite a friend next time, guys.
Yes,
Bring
invite a friend.
That's all you got to do.
So if people want to, Self-Reliance Festival is the thing you have right now, right?
Yeah.
So if people want to come and get more of this taste of freedom, but in real life, how do they do that? Where do they go? What do they do?
For Self-Reliance Festival or in general?
Well, both. You and Self-Reliance Festival, whatever.
Well, so selfreliancefestival.com is the website for Self-Reliance Festival. Tickets are at early bird price, $75 through the end of the day Tuesday. That's Central Time. And it's $75 for the 2 days. There is an add-on course you can take if you want to, and some other things, like if you want to be a vendor, other things. But we're really focusing on, get your early bird ticket if you're going to get there and save the $20 and then buy his Patch Club And that's 2 months of his Path Club right there.
It's a good call.
So I think and it's going to be such a good time. We've got you'll see Paul Wheaton in person, the giant. He's a giant man on stage, and that energy that you heard in that TED Talk, when you see him live, it's more. It is more.
I wish I was.
You can't even imagine what it's like. And then Bear Independent's going to be there. We got CJ Kilmer from the Dangerous History podcast. This is cool. He just did a whole series on navigating on the rise and fall of empires.
Oh.
So he's taking a piece from that and doing navigating the fall of empires, because we all kind of feel like we're in the fall right now.
Sure.
And the idea being, learn from what people did in the past to navigate that so that you navigate it successfully. So none of this is about how we're all going to die.
Right. Because
It's
that's
about
not what any of us are about.
building skills, building community, and finding connections.
Man, I wish I was there.
Festival.com. Yeah.
I would love to sit down and have a drink with CJ. I would just, that man, I know I could pick his brain all day long, but
yeah,
I'll meet up with him at some point. So.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is Tim's going to fly down at the last minute for the weekend. This is where I see this going right now.
I would love to. Oh my God, I would love to. But anyway.
I mean, look at airfares.
Yeah, I know. I could, Becky's going to be in England, so I don't think I can make it work.
I mean, the excuse is you got to go check on your property.
That is very true, because it's not like I'm going to be there in 3 weeks afterwards. Right?
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'd love to, but you know how it is. So.
That's okay. We could use your skills on my solar built for my workshop.
It'll be good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm already putting together my presentation for you, so it'll be good.
Sweet. Awesome.
So for me, guys, I got to say thank you. Thank you for everybody who came. There were so many names that I did not even either recognize or seen, but hadn't seen in a long time. So again, what I said is my vision for Workshop Radio. It's the soundtrack to getting shit done. I want you to turn it on while things are happening. Or if you want to sit around and become part of a community and make shit happen with these connections, that's exactly it. And if you're like, man, that's some crazy Canadian up there, how do I support him? Well, the easiest way is the Patch of the Month Club. And I'm going to show you again because I freaking love these. Shoot, shovel, and shut up. I love it. Look at that. Little gun, little shovel, and a guy with his face, you know. And then this has been my favorite. I've sold a bunch of these at Prepper Camp. This was designed after the don't forget to turn off your computer on Y2K thing. Been prepping since Y2K. So if you want to support what I do, patchofthemonth.co, $10 a month, $100 a year. Now, the cool thing is you can sign up with PayPal, or what I love is Lightning, Bitcoin, or if you really want to, get creative and send me a barter request in email or silver. Well, I was going to say gold, but silver would be great. So, guys, with that, I got to say thank you. Anything else, Nicole?
No, sir.
Look at that. Just in time for the kitty.
LT came to say hello.
Nice. Hi, kitty cat. And with that, guys, all I can say is, as always, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week.